in 3 seconds. Блять. Лампа. Меня разъебало. Ну это просто, не знаю. Dfybk, guys. Dfybk. Сандер. О, какой же тип. Чего мы деремся? Мы всех уже мне РП отдали. Все, просто бэк. Просто бэк. Ребята.
Okay, how we doing, everyone? We all good? As you can see, today I'm attempting possibly the hardest format of GeoGuessr, the hardest way that you can play this game. 10 seconds per round, no moving, scrolling or zooming, so it's a matter of just literally whatever pops up, that's the image that you're basing your prediction on, and you go straight into the map, make your selection, and by the time you've done that, your 10 seconds are up. You really don't have much time to think. 3 seconds at best. Now, those of you who've been watching me on Twitch, you will know that I've been doing this a lot recently. To mixed results. There's been some stinking rounds, which is to be expected, because you just don't have time to figure out what side of the road you're on, where the sun is, anything like that. So, but there have been some insane guesses which I uploaded the other week. Oh yeah, most of you will have seen that. Silly me. So let's get right into this then, and let's hope that today I can beat the record that stands at the moment of 16,160, which really isn't very good. That was a score I got on the last stream, and there was at least one terrible round in there that didn't score any points, so we can do better. I am going to make a challenge just in case anyone wants to play along. Let's see if we can get an insane guess. That's really what I want, but also try and beat that score. Here we go. 10 seconds per round. Challenge is on. It's going to be tricky for you to do this while switching tabs, but I'm sure it's possible. Here we go. Copy that. Get myself in the zone. Because this is not easy. And we are off. Sun is in the south. Mongolia or Kyrgyzstan. It was Kyrgyzstan. That is quite annoying because I should have gone for that, but it was quite difficult. That was quite a flat, arid area that I was on, which is rare in Kyrgyzstan. It's just usually all mountains. But I did quickly have a look to see where the sun was, because there was a shadow being cast of the pole on the camera of the Google car, and I saw that it was south, so we couldn't have been in Patagonia, but a crap score. So yeah, sun is in the north this time, so we're in the south. Let's go Chile with 2 seconds left. Nice one. So saw the Spanish, saw the sun in the north, gauged the trees, which looked kind of like the trees you would get in the south of France, so not that tropical, a bit piney, and I figured a bit further south than you know, all the other countries in South America. Wow, that's a good score. Let's carry on. Let's hope that first round was the shit one. I'll play this twice, by the way, today. Next one. Oh man. Czech Republic. With 1 second. It's not right. Oh, it is. No, it's not. It was Germany. But not a bad score. 280 miles. That confused me a bit because I always disregard Germany. So I didn't really. I was thinking Netherlands, France. What? No, doesn't look like either. It was Germany. Near Duisburg. Cycled through this area actually. Got completely lost whilst listening to Wishbone Ash Argus on my headphones, on these very headphones, and ended up in Dusseldorf. Wait. Oh no, I was down here. Sorry. Totally irrelevant story. Okay, next one. Going up here. No, let me click. Oh, sugar. I thought it froze for a second then, and I thought it wasn't going to let me click. But that's this game in a nutshell. You know, I've gone Canada. It is Canada, but we're 3,221 miles away. Way over in Newfoundland. I didn't even consider that. I didn't think that looked like Newfoundland at all. But what do I know? Last round here. Ooh. Ooh, I'm going Switzerland here. Let's have an insane guess. Come on. How about there? We're just south of a lake. So what's it going to be? Oh! Oh, it's brilliant. It's not the right lake, but it's not far off. It's one lake over. And it's 18 miles over. Brilliant stuff. Yeah, we saw the lake, the lovely blue lake, which was, it turns out, the Zurich Sea. You know, I thought that was roughly the right width, so I went right in, clicked. I did well to click below a lake and look at the compass. 4922. Summary 15112. So, you know, 3 good guesses in there, but these two, that one.
Ein Buch. Ein Buch. Ein Tier.
Ein Mädchen.
Anna ist ein Mädchen.
I appreciated his honesty. Not like, you know, if that is the case, you should be able to tell it to random people on the internet.
He shouldn't or he should?
No, you should. Of course, you should.
Yeah, I'm experimenting. I'm
Right,
listening to
sometimes-
people, understanding their viewpoints.
I mean, sometimes I envy people that have these fetishes or kinks, I guess, because all I can do is vanilla, and not everybody likes that, and sometimes I feel like it's
Vanilla.
so basic.
What
But
is vanilla? Isn't it like a taste?
Everybody needs to get hit by a fucking metro to calm.
Er ist ein Mensch. Mensch. Das ist auch ein Hund. Das ist auch ein Hund.
Junge. Lukas ist ein Junge.
Das ist auch ein Hund. Das ist auch ein Hund. Das ist auch ein Hund.
Andrea ist eine Freundin.
Das ist auch eine Katze. Das ist auch eine Katze. Das ist auch eine Katze.
Bekommt Sascha Post aus Amerika.
Ich hab dir doch gesagt, es ist vorbei. Und nenn mich bitte nicht Cha-Cha.
hallodeutschschule.ch nach.
Hallo. Hallo. Ich heiße Stefan. Ich heiße Stefan. Wie heißen Sie? Wie heißen Sie?
Ich heiße Tina. Ich heiße Tina.
Ich heiße Michael. Ich heiße Michael.
Woher kommen Sie? Woher kommen Sie?
Ich komme aus der Schweiz. Ich komme aus der Schweiz.
Moin Moin und herzlich willkommen hier zu diesem Video. Schön, dass du eingeschaltet hast, und heute dreht sich hier alles um Sprachenlernen, und zwar wie du mit möglichst wenig Zeitaufwand extrem effizient neue Sprachen von null an lernen kannst, aber auch dein aktuelles Niveau aufs nächste Level bringen kannst, und zwar mit minimalem Zeitaufwand und maximaler Effizienz und maximalem Output. Und das ist ein Thema, was mich circa vor 3-4 Monaten das erste Mal richtig gepackt hat und ich danach wirklich alle Bücher, alle Blogartikel, alle Videos, die ich irgendwo finden konnte, gelesen habe und natürlich auch angefangen habe, das in meine eigenen Lernprozesse zu integrieren, wenn es um Sprachen geht, und heute mit dir einfach mal die besten Learnings teilen möchte, dass es dir einfach weiterhilft beim Sprachenlernen, dass du dort effizienter vorankommst. Und was mich richtig gepackt hat damals, war eigentlich, als ich gelesen und realisiert habe, dass dieses 80-20-Prinzip, das Pareto-Prinzip, das im Endeffekt 20%, 80% des Outcomes ausmacht, beim Sprachenlernen fast noch extremer ist. Denn von vielleicht 50 bis 100.000 Wörtern, was so eine Sprache insgesamt hat, brauchen wir nur 1500, um bereits 85% des Geschriebenen komplett zu verstehen und auch 85% des Verbalen, des Sprechens komplett zu meistern, also zu sprechen, verstehen und generell zu kommunizieren mit nur 1500 Wörtern. Und im Endeffekt, wenn wir das strategisch angehen, wir mit sehr, sehr wenig Zeitaufwand, mit vielleicht 2-3 Monaten komplette Sprachen neu lernen können und wirklich flüssig mit anderen kommunizieren. Und ja, wie gesagt, jetzt die besten Learnings hier aus der Zeit. Es gibt auch noch ein paar coole Ressourcen am Ende, Bücher, Blogartikel, die mir sehr geholfen haben, die ich hier unten in die Beschreibung nochmal zusätzlich packe. Und let's go! Also erstmal ist es so, wenn man eine neue Sprache lernt, dann gibt es eine coole Liste, was ich auch aus diesem Buch habe, das heißt Fluent Forever. Das sind im Endeffekt 625 Wörter, mit denen man immer erstmal starten sollte. Diese 625 Wörter,
Für immer.
da ist eine einfache PDF-Liste, die man erstmal so in die jeweilige Sprache, die man lernen möchte, übersetzen kann und sollte. Bedeutet, ich möchte jetzt Spanisch lernen, ich bin Deutsch und würde jetzt erstmal diese 625 Wörter in Spanisch übersetzen und damit starten. Ich habe also eine gute Grundlage an Wörtern, die einfach sehr häufig in dieser Sprache genutzt werden, aus Nomen, Adjektiven, Verben, mit denen ich schon mal so ein bisschen kommunizieren kann. Der Schritt danach wäre im Endeffekt ein bisschen Grammatik reinzubringen, so ein bisschen die Basics. Ja? Was ist das Present, also der jetzige Zeitpunkt und Co. und alles dort wieder mit zu integrieren.
Ich bin ein Kind.
Es ist ein Buch. Es ist ein Buch. Es ist ein Buch. Ich bin ein Mädchen. Ich bin ein Mädchen. Ich bin ein Mädchen.
Das ist ein Mann.
Sie ist ein Mensch. Sie ist ein Mensch. Sie ist ein Mensch. Lukas ist ein Mann. Er ist ein Freund.
Okay, now that my camera is in focus, I'm gonna take my glasses off and hope it stays that way. So if there were things that I wish I knew before learning German, it would definitely have a lot to do with the difficulties that I face and the mistakes that I always make. But I think it equally is part of, like, you know, having to shed my, you know, my beliefs constantly that it's just like English, or shedding other people's beliefs that it's an ugly language or that it's too difficult or any of these things. Very hard to sort of transform your mindset once you already have so many implanted ideas. About a language, because if you walk in thinking that something is hard, then it must be hard. It's going to be hard. So today I prepared a video, maybe like 6 to 7 things that I wish I knew before learning German. So whether that's like grammatical features, things that I would feel during the German learning process, any of it. So definitely right off the bat, one thing that I wish I knew before starting to learn German was that sentence inversion exists, or like what is it in general? Because in German, when you say certain words or if you say certain types of phrases, the sentence kind of goes backwards than what it would be in English. So for example, I don't know if I have time. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich Zeit habe. So word for word, if you translated that back to English, it would be I don't know if I time have. See, it feels so like unnatural to say it in English that I stutter. So there's a lot of these sort of trigger words like wenn, ob, time phrases. So if you say like im Winter habe ich mehr Zeit, I have more time in winter. But the thing is about sentence inversion is that you don't get introduced to it until you're already like way too deep in. So it's like, okay guys, you remember everything that you learned? Move that out of the way, because here's the word wenn, and you're like, oh. So it's like you can't back out on it. Yeah, it's easy to get a feel for it once you have enough speaking practice, but initially it just feels like kind of a piece puzzle where you're like figuring out, oh, so the verb is supposed to go all the way back here. What about the pronoun? Where's my kids? Definitely feels clumsy when you first start speaking like that, but now it feels very normal to me. And the second thing is that grammar is a must-have. Some people say in their language learning tips, there are like some phony language coaches out there that say like, you don't need to study grammar to master a language, but with German, you are going to have a very hard time getting used to how people speak and reaching a high level if you do not put some type of focus on grammar. And I will swear on that, because it just doesn't seem logical unless you see it on paper and see that there is a pattern. I personally think that German has very logical grammar. You just have to know like what mechanisms trigger what ending and so forth. So declension has become very easy once I started studying with this book, and I plug it in every single video that I make about German. It's called German Grammar Drills. It is by Dfybk. This is like the 4th edition, I think. Doing grammar drills might feel boring. You might not like correcting them. You might not like being told that you're not the best at something, but this studying German grammar definitely humbles you, but it also gives you a good sense of security. So, and just building on that, I think in general, repetition is way more important in German than in other languages, because there are so many small things that change the entire sentence. You need to make it feel natural, and I feel like the only way to do that is through repetition. So grammar, repetition definitely go hand in hand. It's not that intimidating if you have like a guide, like a book, you know, so instead of just sharing memes about it all the time, you could be spending that time, you know, studying the data. Okay, and this next one is kind of weird to talk about because I kind of blew my own mind when I realized it. The same things that are difficult for people learning English are the same things that I find difficult when I learn German, namely prepositions and separable verbs. There are so many prepositions in English and they often do not make sense, so you're like on the plane even though you're not physically like riding the top of the airplane. And I think that same kind of confusion is with me when I think about German prepositions, because there's, you know, there's a lot of confusion with the Wechselpräpositionen, so like cause different changes in the cases based on if there's like motion involved. So for example, if we're talking about an den versus an dem, it's kind of the same difference between in and into. It involves motion. It's weird, you know? And I think it's harder to realize when you're studying a language that, you know, is like a father language to yours. Another example is separable verbs. So in English we have phrasal verbs, so like it depends where the preposition is going to go. Do you say I'm going to take out the trash, or I'm going to take the trash out? Personally, I think it sounds more natural to say take out the trash. Do I have an idea why? No. In German, I have this problem with separable prefix verbs, so like der Zug kommt 11 Uhr an, but then I don't know when to say like wenn ich ankomme, for example. So I don't know when the preposition should be separate from the verb and when it should be together. So I'm like, wow, I'm having the same problem that my English students have. And it has been super humbling. I have to admit, it has been very humbling. So yeah. So next, I would have loved to know before learning German that it is more time intensive than any of the other languages that I speak. Mainly for a couple of reasons. One being that there are not a lot of German speakers in the United States, whereas with Spanish, I live in Florida and I have the opportunity to speak Spanish like in old jobs that I had, or I have a ton of Latino friends at school and things like that. So it's very common. But with German, I have to actively take lessons, find language partners, and just generally, it is so hard to find people to speak German with sometimes unless you go to the country. On HelloTalk, for example, I would post like something in Chinese and get 20 corrections in 3 minutes, versus if I post something in German, I would get maybe 1 correction in 24 hours. It's insane. So for that reason, I have to listen a lot more. I have to constantly find ways to speak it with people, whether that's taking lessons or finding language partners, like I said. It's just kind of exhausting to not have it fall in your lap sometimes, because with Spanish, I know that I will always have opportunities to speak Spanish because it's a very popular language in the United States, and because we're hella close to a bunch of Spanish-speaking countries, so I can travel to those more easily than traveling to Germany, for example. And yeah, I kind of got the impression that it would be difficult to have contact with the language when I started, because people are like, oh, why are you learning German? Nobody speaks German except for Germans. And I was like, well, I don't know. Next thing, and probably the most disturbing wait, where are my earrings? Shit, I always have my earrings. Hold on 1 minute. Okay, face tracking, got it. But like I was saying, maybe the most disturbing thing of all of these things that I would have liked to know before learning German is that Anglicisms are so prevalent and so present everywhere in German. I swear to God, they will be like, oh, ich werde ein bisschen vor dem Meeting chillen. I'm like, why are we talking about meeting and chilling? Those are English words, those are not German words. And I understand Anglicisms, and it's fine when there literally is no translation, or if it's like a trend term that originated in the United States or an English-speaking country in general. But sometimes I will overcomplicate things, and I will find like some super convoluted German way of saying things, and then the German person I'm talking with will just be like, oh, no, we just use this English word. And I'm like, my life. I was first introduced to this when my friend Svenja, hello Svenja, she told me that if you're in Germany and you're walking down the street, it will not say Verkauf on the little poster, it will say sale, an English word that they already have a word for. So definitely this is not one of those cases. So I think English is very much a prevalent thing, and it is scary because as an English speaker, I feel like, and I personally do not want to contribute to normalizing so many Anglicisms. It feels weird, and I know that that's how languages evolve, so you should just let it pass, but also it's weird because German was like the forefather of English, and now here we are full circle, and now like we own you guys. What's the deal? Anyways, a funny anecdote that I always talk about is the song Ice by Shirin David. She is a German pop star, rapper, singer, queen, and I would listen to this song on repeat all last summer, and it was so funny because 80% of the chorus is just English. Let me play it for you. Okay, here it is, here it is. What the f? Okay, let me just put that in perspective for y'all real quick. Ganz egal, ob Euro, Yen oder Dollar sein. Sie sagen Time is money und ich habe unendlich Zeit. Mein bester Freund ist Geld. Moneybags sind die Vibes. Ja, ich habe was ihnen gefällt. Bitch, ich mach money. So we're talking about money, time is money, dollar signs, vibes, bitch. And I'm just like, what? So when I heard the song for the first time last summer, I would always just like mumble through the German parts and be like, dollar sign, time is money. It's such a shame. Like, it is just, for me, it is such a shame. I feel guilty. It is not my fault that the world has globalized and that English has such a big role in, like social media and like music, movies, and all that stuff, but I still hate Anglicisms so much. So without shame, I will always find an opportunity to like Deutschify it and find a different way to say it. That's just me, my philosophy as an English speaker, not to be fake deep, but is that even fake deep though? I feel like that's genuine. Okay, so our penultimate point is that German people and German speakers in general often have perfect English, which is very intimidating if you do not have a perfect level yourself. And granted, German people know how difficult their language is, so they're generally very forgiving, but like it doesn't mean that I still don't feel like a peewee when they're talking about the meaning of life and Nietzsche and I'm over here struggling to talk about my breakfast or something. This is like traumatizing to talk about, but German is not a very common language for English native speakers to learn. Well, I don't know if that's a good statement, but generally German people are very appreciative when you're learning their language, so it's not a big deal. But like, can you not be so good at English for just 5 seconds? It's because, English comes from German, so we're basically like the simpleton little brother. So we don't have that mutual privilege because it's basically like we're learning a hard version of our language and they're learning an easy, watered down version of their language. And that's tea. So we have finally arrived at the end of the video, and the last thing is that I wish I knew German was beautiful. I 100% did ask. Like, people always told me like, oh, Hinga, Dinga, Durgen, Schmetterling, when I was starting to learn German, and I was like, hey, and as difficult as German phonology is, because like the word Pflicht exists, when did that happen? It also is very beautiful. Like, German has a very nice, bouncy nature. Hey, and as difficult as German phonology is, because like the word Pflicht exists, when did that happen? It also is very beautiful. Like, German has a very nice, bouncy nature, and it's just beautiful. And not only as a language, but it's also made my life more beautiful because of the experiences that I've gotten to have because I speak German, because of people that I've met. And that's what language learning does in general. Not just with German, but I think people discredit German a lot of the time, and it gets a lot of shit. But I would just like to take the opportunity to say that it can be very beautiful if you give it a chance, and if you learn any other word than Schmetterling, sorry. It's very hard for me to like switch between pronunciation. Speaking of transformation, I would like to thank today's sponsor, who is Lingoda, and I'm gonna leave this up to future Elise to tell you all about it. Take it away, Elise, in the future. Thank you, past Elise. Not many of us are still in quarantine. We have a lot of people taking online language classes, which also comes with the people who think that language classes online are not as efficient as traditional language schools, which I think is baloney because personally I will take any opportunity to do something in my pajamas that I normally cannot. Now, for the last month or so, I've been keeping up with my German on Lingoda, which provides all benefits of the aforementioned traditional language.
Nahezu. Aussprache. Aussprach.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. Hold on. I said certified freak 7 days a week. Wet ass P-word. Make that pull out in week. Yeah, you effing with some wet ass P-word. P-word is, trying to tell you.
So I just recently discovered that Ben Shapiro has a sister named Abby, and she looks a lot like Ben Shapiro. She's basically the pre-girl version of Ben. And I know Ben Shapiro, he has some pretty strong opinions on transgenderism, but I think he should transition himself. I don't think it would take much work for him to look pretty like his sister, and maybe he'd finally learn how a woman's body works. But that's a story for another time. Today we're going to be focusing on his sister's YouTube channel. Yes, she has a YouTube channel, and she does a lot of things on her YouTube channel. She does lifestyle vlogging. She talks about random topics like what foods she's been eating, movies she watches, clothes, but she also delves into popular culture and politics, and just like her brother Ben, she is completely insane. She did a video on abortion and why it's wrong, apparently, and that's what we're going to take a look at today. We're going to go through her video, and in typical fashion, I'm going to explain in detail why every single thing she said is wrong.
What do you think of when I say babies? Little fingers and toes?
Yes, that's exactly what comes to my mind when you say babies. They're delicious little fingers and toes.
Happy gurgles and giggles?
No, when I think of babies, happy gurgles and giggles don't come to my mind. I think more whiny, annoying, loud, stinky, smelly, waste of time, life ruiner. So yeah, if I ever got pregnant, I think I'd terminate the pregnancy to avoid all that.
But we have been sold the story that the most innocent members of our society are stealing our freedom. Mothers everywhere have been told to turn on the children growing within their wombs and have been guided to take their lives. Today is the day where we stand up and say, we are pro-life.
No, today's the day you make pro-lifers seem like the crazy lunatics they are. We're not even a minute into the video and you're justifying taking away reproductive rights from women because you like babies' fingers and toes.
There's a lot of talk about abortion.
Ich wollte ein kleiner Update machen. Also, bisher habe ich nur Chinesisch und Spanisch gelernt. Und ich glaube, dass ich bin bereit, um Deutsch zurückzulernen. Weiß nicht. Also ich habe gerade ein Video von Easy German angeschaut. Das Thema war das Leben.
Good morning. Whoops, it's raining. Hold on a minute. There. I thought I'd talk to you a little bit this morning about, oh, by the way, this is a new computer and it does all kinds of things, so I have to be careful. I'm not the sharpest tack in the box when it comes to this new equipment. You're talking to a guy, or a guy is speaking to you now, that started driving a Model A car. I remember the first jet airplane and many first things. The Iceman delivering ice to an icebox, taking it off of a mule-drawn wagon. So, but I'd like to speak to you a little bit this morning about young people in particular, about accomplishing things. When I was young, as you know, I had a difficult childhood, but there's no excuse for people not being able to do what they want to do. You can do anything that you want to do. For example, as I've told you before, I lived in the back of an old car. I taught myself to read and write. So if you're young, don't give up. Don't say the world is just against me. That's not true. I taught myself to read and write. I've had 5 books published. I went to college, got a little bit of college. I've studied scripture for many, many years. I've raised 5 children. I've buried a mother, father, sister, brother, wife, and daughter. So a person can accomplish anything that they want. One time, to prove to myself that I was not an ignorant person, I bought a blackboard. And I purchased a correspondence course for computer programming, and I completed it with a blackboard. So, forge ahead. Don't stop. Never stop learning. Always reach out to better yourself, because when you do that, things expand. You understand more. You're happier. You're healthier. This old saying that if you don't use it, you lose it, is absolutely true. If you don't use that brain that God put in your head, one of these days, you'll be sitting on a front porch somewhere, and you won't hardly know what's going on. So don't give up. If times are hard, good things nor bad things last forever. But most generally, we are in control of our own destiny. And when I say that, I mean this. If you're not getting ahead, you need to do something to allow yourself to get ahead. For example, if you want a good job, if you want a secure future, you have to have something to offer a prospective employer. Now, I'm not saying you need a PhD or a master's degree, but you do have to have something to offer. There's going to be a time in this country that people that know how to work with their hands, plumbers, electricians, carpenters, cement layers, machine operators, mechanics, people that know how to work with their hands are going to be in great demand. Yes, it's true. You have to have education and training to be an engineer or a doctor or a lawyer. But I'll tell you the truth. I spent 60 years working. I was successful. I started a couple of businesses. I'm not a wealthy man, but I'm a guy that came from living in the back of an old car to having a nice retirement and to be able to talk to you on this thing. So I'm going to close, but I just wanted to share that with you this morning. Young people, I love you. I do. I love young people. My grandmother always said, you know, when a baby smiles, the angels sing. And that's true. I believe. But young people, you're the backbone of this country. You're the backbone of the world. I don't care if you're in Asia, Africa, Korea, Japan. I don't care where you are, the United States. You are the leaders, the future leaders of this world. So reach out. Be yourself.
Good morning. I made a video not too long ago called An Old Man's Advice. Wow. Looking at me, it looks like I need to trim my beard a little bit. But I received several requests to continue on with that, and so I've decided to share a little bit about myself and my life and my hardships and my successes with you. You know, this world today is tough. It's tough for young people. It's tough for people that for years have had jobs and security and made good money and been able to take care of their families. And some time ago, as you know, jobs were shipped overseas to improve the bottom line of big companies. And I thought I'd tell you a little bit about myself. I quit school when I was in the 10th grade. My mother and father left me standing on a street corner. And so it was up to me to make it. And I had a job working at a Shell filling station. And I went to the owner and I told him my situation. And I was making $1 an hour, and I asked him if I could work more hours. And so I began working 90 hours a week. And during that time, my mother and father left me standing on a street corner. And so it was up to me to make it. And I had a job working at a Shell filling station. And I went to the owner and I told him my situation. And I was making $1 an hour, and I asked him if I could work more hours. And so I began working 90 hours a week. And during that time, as I've said before, my home was the back of an old car. And I worked my 90 hours a week. And I took my baths in a filling station restroom. And I washed my clothes, my private clothes, in the sink. And once in a while, when I was really hungry, I would go to the grocery store and snitch an apple or an orange. Now, this was in the 50s. Things were a lot different than they are now. And I'm convinced that the owner of the grocery store knew what I was doing, because it was about a half a block away from where I worked, and he knew me. Now, I've said before that good things nor bad things last forever. And that's true. And I began to learn different things. I knew in my soul that if I had nothing to offer, I was as far as I was going to go. Now, unemployment at that time was very high. On the other hand, in the 50s, you could go into a corporation and ask for a job and get it. And after I'd worked 90 hours a week for a long time, I went into the service. I was 17. In the service, I taught myself to read and write. The first book I picked up was a book written by Louis L'Amour and had 196 pages in it. I'll never forget it. It was a cowboy story, a western. And there were words in there that I didn't know, I didn't understand. I had no idea what they were. So I got a dictionary from the service library. And as I would read, if there was a word that I didn't understand, I would look it up. And I will tell you now, it took me almost 3 weeks to read 196 pages. But I read. And I continued to read. And in several months, I was reading 2 and 3 books at a time. And I knew where I was in every single one of them. So that's what you can do. A person's mind is incredible. Your mind is incredible. As a young person, regardless of what's happening in the world today, you have opportunity. And don't you believe for one single minute what they say in the media. Because if you aren't getting ahead and you need to get ahead, position yourself to learn. Go to the library and learn. You are the backbone of this world. Young people, without you, this world is nothing. Nothing. You are the backbone of this world. You are the future leaders of this world. You are the ones that see the greed of the people that are running it now. You're the ones that see the waste of the people that are running it now. We need you. We need your minds. We need your hearts. We need your lives. We need your loves. We need you to care. And I know that you do care. Oh, I see young people stepping on a flag and throwing rocks and rioting. That's frustration. Frustration. It's frustration with the establishment, and I understand it. But that's not you. Don't let that be you. Rise above it. You're better than that. Rise above it. Anyway, I got kind of off track there. But anyway, as I went on and I got out of the service, I had begun to write and educate myself. I got a little bit of college. And I continued on through my life with that. And you can do the same thing. You don't have to have a doctorate or a PhD or a master's degree. What you have to have is determination. You have to have an inner will to get things done. You have to have a desire. And I know the desire is there. Because as I said before, without your brains, without your ambition, without your drive, this world will be nothing. Nothing, because old people like me die off. I have been successful. Not tremendously successful, but I have a decent retirement. I live with my lovely wife in Arizona. I've had financial problems. Everyone has those. But you can't stop. You can't quit. You can't say, I'm a failure. You're not a failure. You're not. You're a wonderful, strong, intelligent youngster. Take advantage of that. Trust in God. Trust in yourself. And step forward. Put one foot in front of another. Let me give you an example. I've had a couple of businesses. They weren't tremendously successful, but they were successful. I've written books. I have presently probably 13 or 14 books in publication. My latest is Copper Penny. It's in paperback on Amazon. Look it up. So you can do it. I did it. You can do it. I'm 76, and to my last breath, I will encourage young people because I love them. I will encourage young people because I know they are the future. You are.
How old do you think you are?
79.
Higher.
89.
Higher.
89. Higher than that?
Yeah.
90.
Higher.
91.
Higher.
2.
Higher.
3.
Higher.
4.
Higher.
5.
Higher.
6.
Higher.
7.
Higher.
8.
That's it. 98.
Your ass. I am not 98 years old. Holy fuck. I get so old. How do I get so old so fast?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Oh my God.
You're going to be 99 this summer.
No, am I really?
Yeah.
I was born 1919.
And it's
What is it now?
2018.
1919. 2018. Then next year I'll be 100.
Yeah, you're going to be 99 this summer. You're going to be 99 this summer, and then next year will be 100.
Yeah. Holy fuck. Jeez, I'm going to be an old fucking man. You know it?
I won the dog shit. And then you say I to the dog shit.
I what?
You say I to the dog shit.
I chew the dog
No,
shit.
you two. I do. We're going to count to 10. I say I won the dog shit. And you say I to the dog shit.
I chew the dog shit.
I 3 the dog shit.
I 4 the dog shit.
I 5 the dog shit.
I 6 the dog.
I 7 the dog shit.
I 8 the
You what? What'd you do?
I ate the dog shit.
Oh my God.
What is it like to be you?
I would say it's pretty average, to be honest. If you were on the outside looking in, you would say that it was pretty boring. Because for the most part, I don't. What I tend to do now is I tend to just really stick to myself, because I have to be very careful about how I'm interacting with people and under what context I'm interacting with people. So I tend to limit anything that would be negative for me.
Why do you have to limit yourself?
Because if I encounter a certain kind of person, and if I'm talking to you and I sense a level of weakness, I get kind of the urge to prey upon that in a way. So in order for me to kind of mitigate that, I definitely limit my social interactions, and I have to make sure it happens underneath the right context. Otherwise, I just, I try to stay away from it.
I have to be fully transparent. When you reached out to me and I read your diagnoses, I thought to myself, can I trust him? Can I give him the platform of our audience who I care deeply about? Are you going to try to manipulate me? Are you going to try to manipulate our audience? Are those valid concerns?
Those would be valid concerns for sure. But as I said earlier, I would say I like what you do, because definitely people have voices that need to be heard, and I would hate to, disturb that process in any way.
When you say prey on somebody, what do you mean?
So the way it would work for me is, I'll speak to someone. I won't really tell them much about me. They'll tell me about them, and then once they tell me about them, I'll kind of form a personality. I'll exaggerate certain features about my own personality to match what it is that they're looking to see. And then once I get my goal, whatever that goal is, then I'm done with the situation, and then I move on. And I've had feelings that I was strange as long as I can remember.
What was it like to feel strange at a young age?
It was a bit interesting, I would say, because you're kind of able to exist on the fringe, and it's kind of like you're on the outside looking in. Everybody's on the other side of that window pane. So it kind of gives you the freedom to watch and to look and to observe, especially if you're a quiet person naturally. People can kind of forget that you're there.
Did you feel like a different animal, a different species?
No, I thought everyone else was different. As a kid, I thought they were the weird ones, and
What was weird about them to you?
Like, why do you get so sad at certain things? Why do you get so excited over certain things? Like, it's not. I just looked at it like it's not natural. I wasn't really able to relate to other people, and when people would get extremely angry or extremely sad, I would say as a kid more so I would actually get annoyed, or if people would get overjoyed, and sometimes people get super excited, they jump up and down, they clap. As a kid, I would get annoyed by that because it's like, I don't understand, what's the purpose of this overt display? It doesn't do anything for anyone. Just the fact that you got good news, it doesn't make the good news better if you jump up and down about it. So I sat back and I watched people, and I watched how they were able to do things, and I used this information to outsmart people. I was able to outsmart a lot of my teachers. That's kind of how it started, the manipulation and the lying. I would outsmart a lot of my teachers. I would come up with lies on the spot. Like, I would come into class and my teacher would ask, where's the homework? I would tell her, my dog, he got rushed to the hospital last night. We were there late until about 3 a.m. and there was this problem and that problem and that problem, and I don't even have a dog, never had a dog.
So would it be correct to say that when you meet somebody, you kind of size them up, and you say, okay, this person shouldn't or should be manipulated?
It's not should or shouldn't be. If I have something that I want to get, then I'm gonna do my best to get it.
Since I walked in here and we started talking, have you sized me up at all and analyzed any of my weaknesses and how they could be manipulated?
When I was watching your videos, I thought about it, but I wanted this to be kind of like more of an honest format. But no, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to. And it's also, I don't really gain anything from doing that in this situation anyway.
Can a person ever fully trust a sociopath, though?
I would say that you have to, if this is someone that you actually care about, you have to spend time with them and see actually where their head is at, I would say. And I would say if this is, in most cases, you wouldn't even know. To be honest, you wouldn't know until they did something to you, if I'm being honest. So, but if you're meeting someone like me who is gonna, who will tell you that this is what I'm going through, I would say watch them. Watch and see how it is they react to certain things. See if they, are prone to outbursts. See if they're willing to lie to you. See if they're willing to manipulate you.
So I find it interesting that you said in order to trust a sociopath, you have to watch them, observe them, and understand their behavior. So it's almost like you want people to act like you, or you only understand the world from your perspective.
I wouldn't say it's that I necessarily want people to act like me. I look at it like it's more so about your own safety, in a way. If you're dealing with someone that does have those kind of issues, you know, they do have strong urges. That's where, you know, the observation point comes in, because you can't always perceive certain things like that based off of emotions. I'm really good at faking emotions, so you wouldn't, if you're going off of emotional basis, you wouldn't know. When would you say is the last time you've manipulated somebody? It's been about a year.
A year?
Yeah, it's been about a year.
How have you gone a year without that?
I kind of limit my social interactions. I make sure I'm not dealing with certain kinds of people.
Did you always understand the negative effect manipulation can have on others?
No, I didn't always understand why people had an adverse reaction to it, because in a way
Привет, друзья! Меня зовут Нурия, я из Барселоны, и это мое домашнее задание по русскому языку. Добро пожаловать ко мне на мой канал. Итак, сегодня я решила, что хочу поговорить про отношения в России и какую разницу я заметила между отношениями в Барселоне и отношениями в Москве.
I kind of looked at it like a game, and you lost.
Do you feel ashamed about people you hurt in the past?
Shame, not necessarily, but I do look at it as being inadequate.
You being inadequate?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Друзья, всем привет! Сейчас я вам расскажу про суперкрутую эффективную методику, как прокачать listening, как улучшить понимание на слух. И на самом деле я про нее уже в 2 словах рассказывал на стриме, но сейчас подробно все расскажу, покажу. А ссылка на стрим в описании к этому видео, кто еще не смотрел тот эфир. Итак, first step, первый шаг. Что нам нужно? Нам нужна аудиозапись, все что угодно. Фрагмент из фильма, сериала, первой главы. Let's go.
Chapter 1. Just another Wednesday morning. It was a fine spring morning. William Thacker was looking out of his window, thinking about life. Notting Hill. Not a bad place to be, he thought. On weekdays, there was the market, selling fruit and vegetables from all over the world. At the weekend, even more people crowded into Portobello Road and the streets around it to buy expensive old furniture, paintings, and cheap clothes. Then there were the unusual shops, the cafes and restaurants. The streets were always busy, always full of people. But best of all, this was the place where most of his friends now lived.
Так, все, прослушали. Что поняли? Материал нужно подбирать по уровню. Если вы все поняли, значит слишком просто, ищите посложнее. Если вы ничего не поняли, значит слишком сложно, ищите попроще. Оптимально, чтобы понимать процентов 50-70. Но лучше, конечно, 70. С первого раза. Послушали первый раз, поняли процентов 70, ну, может быть, 2/3. Потом слушаем еще раз. Поняли? Сейчас мы еще раз послушаем тот же самый фрагмент, пытайтесь понять то, что не уловили в первый раз. Пытайтесь выхватить дополнительные детали. Итак, мы слушаем раза 2, 3, 4. Кому сколько нужно. Пока вы не поймете, что, ну все, больше я ничего не понимаю, хватит, нужно смотреть в текст.
Chapter 1. Just another Wednesday morning. It was a fine spring morning. William Thacker was looking out of his window, thinking about life. Notting Hill. Not a bad place to be, he thought. On weekdays, there was the market, selling fruit and vegetables from all over the world. At the weekend, even more people crowded into Portobello Road and the streets around it to buy expensive old furniture, paintings, and cheap clothes. Then there were the unusual shops, the cafes and restaurants. The streets were always busy, always full of people. But best of all, this was the place where most of his friends now lived.
Так, друзья, мы послушали 2 раза. Можно слушать 3-4 раза, но 2 это...
That's how I look at it. It's just, it doesn't really help anyone.
Diese Woche sprechen wir bei Easy German über Berufe. Ich möchte gerne von den Leuten auf den Straßen wissen, welchen Beruf sie haben und wie sie zu diesem Beruf gekommen sind, den sie haben. Los geht's! Was sind Sie von Beruf?
Bildhauerin.
Was sind Sie von Beruf?
Erzieherin. Grundschullehrerin. Designerin.
Und was designen Sie?
Also Grafikdesign, Drucksachen, Broschüren. Und bitte.
Schauspieler. Ich bin Erzieher.
Und wen erziehen Sie?
Grundschulkinder.
Ich bin Germanistin, Promotionsstudentin.
Und was werden Sie vom Beruf, wenn Sie Ihr Studium abschließen?
Ich will vielleicht im Verlag arbeiten oder als Pressesprecherin. Mal gucken. Ja.
Was sind Sie vom Beruf?
Chemiker. Ich arbeite in einem sozialen Projekt.
Ich bin Schüler.
Was ist eine Schule?
Ein Gymnasium in Bernau.
Ich bin Studentin.
Und was studierst?
Ich studiere VWL an der Humboldt.
Ich bin Kuratorin und Wissenschaftlerin. Ich bin Studentin.
Was studieren Sie?
Psychologie.
Und wie kamen Sie dazu, diesen Beruf zu wählen?
Ich habe in Frankreich einen Ferienkurs besucht, wo man die kleinen Modelle eines Bildhauers, französischen Bildhauers, nachmodellieren konnte. Und dann hatte ich auch Kunstleistungskurs in der Schule und dann hat sich das so ergeben.
Und wie kamen Sie zu diesem Beruf?
Eine gute Frage. Ich weiß es ehrlich gesagt nicht. Wahrscheinlich durch 1000 Interessen und ja.
Wie kommt man zu dem Beruf, indem man in der Schule geärgert wurde und denkt, man kann es besser machen mit den Schülern?
Weil ich gestalterisch mich interessiert habe und das ein ganz guter Kompromiss war, so, ja.
Und wie kamen Sie zu Ihrer Arbeit?
Das war schon ein großer Wunsch als Kind. Als Kind war das ein großer Wunsch.
Wie sind Sie Chemiker geworden?
Durch eine Ausbildung.
Ich glaube, dass man beruflich auch mehr machen kann, als nur auf sich zu schauen. Und deshalb habe ich mich dazu entschlossen, in einem sozialen Projekt zu arbeiten.
Was musst du studieren, um so einen interessanten Job zu machen wie du?
Ich glaube, ich bin eine Quereinsteigerin. Ich habe Technikgeschichte studiert. Das ist das Gleiche wie Kunstgeschichte, nur mit Maschinen.
Ich will das immer noch studieren, das ist toll.
Ja.
Und machst du dir schon Gedanken über den Beruf? Über deinen Beruf?
Nein, noch nicht wirklich.
Und wie wird wahrscheinlich Ihr Job später aussehen?
Ich werde wahrscheinlich Psychotherapeutin werden.
Und warum ist das toll?
Ich arbeite gerne mit Menschen und ich mache mir gerne viele Gedanken darüber, warum die Menschen tun, was sie wollen und was sie tun.
Das ist toll. Ich habe einen Freund, der auch ein Therapeut ist. Und es ist wirklich hier eine Freude, mit ihm ein paar Bierchen zu trinken.
Ja, es ist ganz spannend.
Und wie gefällt Ihnen die deutsche Sprache?
Ich bin großer Fan. Ich habe sie auch studiert.
Und was ist das Schönste an der deutschen Sprache?
Die Vielfalt, würde ich sagen. Man kann sehr viel ausdrücken. Ich war jetzt ein Jahr in England und muss sagen, das hat mir schon ein bisschen gefehlt, für alles ein Wort zu haben.
Also, was möchtest du werden?
Weiß ich noch nicht.
Ein Gitarrist, ich sehe Gitarre da.
Nein.
Wie würden Sie Ihre Arbeit konkret beschreiben? Was machen Sie eigentlich? Was ist das Erziehen?
Ich bereite die Kinder auf ihr späteres Leben vor.
Und was gehört zu dem Beruf? Was machen Sie? Wahrscheinlich schauspielen Sie nicht nur im Film oder im Theater, sondern?
Interessante philosophische Frage. Ja, wir schauspielern auch im Leben.
Und können Sie uns kurz dieses Projekt beschreiben? Worum geht es in diesem Projekt?
Wir unterstützen geflüchtete Menschen, die sich in Deutschland selbstständig machen wollen.
Oh, das ist toll. Ich habe vor kurzem gelesen, dass 1/3 der gesamten Flüchtlinge schon arbeitet. Und das ist eine gute Nachricht.
Ja, definitiv. Also da ist das
und der Rest studiert, weil das sind ja viele junge Leute da.
Genau. Es gibt Möglichkeiten zu arbeiten, es gibt Möglichkeiten zu studieren und Selbstständigkeit ist auch ein Thema. Und da kümmern wir uns drum.
Und schreiben Sie Bücher?
Meine Doktorarbeit wird ein Buch, deshalb ja.
Und wenn du jetzt die Chance hättest, neu anzufangen, sich umzustellen, was wäre dein Berufstraum?
Vielleicht irgendwas mit Chemie, weil Chemie finde ich super. Also auf jeden Fall vielleicht irgendwas mit Pharmazie, auch Medizin bezogen, ja.
Und wenn Sie die Chance hätten, nochmal zu wählen, würden Sie nochmal gerne Bildhauerin werden oder vielleicht lieber ein Stuckator oder jemand?
Ich würde wieder Bildhauerei machen, aber ich würde gleich figürliche Kunst im Studium studieren und parallel abstrakte Kunst. Also diese beiden Schienen, figürliche Kunst und abstrakte Kunst.
Und wenn Sie eine neue Chance hätten, einen Beruf zu wählen, wäre das Gleiche, oder?
Also ja, ich habe jetzt tatsächlich mein Studium angefangen als Sozialarbeiter. Aber ja, das würde ich immer wieder machen.
Wenn Sie die Chance hätten, einen anderen Beruf zu erlernen, würden Sie zögern?
Ja, es gibt nichts anderes für mich. Ich meine, das ist mein Traumberuf. Es gibt nichts anderes.
Ja, es gibt andere Dinge, die mich auch interessieren, ja. Was zum Beispiel? Was ich zum Beispiel ganz spannend finde, ist zum Beispiel so Orthopädie. Also dieses ganze Technik dahinter.
Was ist das? Sie müssen es mir erklären, ich kenne das Wort nicht.
Ja, so Prothesen und sowas.
Ach, Orthopädie?
Ja.
Ah, ja. Und wenn Sie die Chance hätten, einen anderen Beruf zu erstreben, was wäre das?
Lehrer eventuell.
Und haben Sie sich irgendwann überlegt, vielleicht würde ich doch gerne einen anderen Beruf wählen? Und wenn ja, was wäre das?
Nein, das ist schon mein zweiter Berufswunsch. Ich habe vorher Erzieher gelernt und wollte dann gerne Psychologin werden.
Warum mögen Sie Ihren Beruf?
Weil die Kinder einem etwas geben, was ganz besonders ist. Das macht so viel Spaß, vor allem die Kleinkinder, die so 6, 7 Jahre alt sind, sind einfach noch mit ganz viel Herz dabei. Die sind so herzlich und so liebevoll und es macht einfach Spaß, den Kindern was beizubringen. Das ist einfach, irgendwie ist es eine Berufung, Lehrer zu sein. Ja.
Was würden Sie Menschen, die Deutsch lernen, empfehlen, um Deutsch besser zu erleben im Grunde? Wo kann man, wenn man schon ein bisschen Deutsch spricht, wo kann man die Freude kriegen?
Ja, im Grunde genommen muss man sich schon mit Muttersprachlern treffen und vielleicht irgendwie in einem Café verabreden und so Patenschaften übernehmen, weil das ist das größte Glücksgefühl, glaube ich, wenn man merkt, dass man was versteht, was der andere sagt. Vielleicht auch nicht mit starken Dialektsprechern so unbedingt zusammen sein. Ich habe in Baden-Württemberg eine Zeit zusammen gewohnt mit Koreanern, die haben da gar nichts verstanden. Also das war sehr frustrierend. Eher im Norden wohnen, würde ich vorschlagen. Ja.
Und jetzt seid ihr dran. Erzählt uns, was euer Beruf oder euer Berufswunsch ist und wie ihr dazu gekommen seid. Hier unten in die Kommentare. Wir freuen uns auf...
I guess it serves me. You know, I get to fulfill a sensation, but then I have to fulfill the sensation again. So you could say, even for me, it's not working. So when you kind of think about it logically like that, and you gain insight, which is the issue, people that have, you know, that diagnosis, it's hard for them to have insight in terms of what other people are experiencing. So you know, you have to just gain a level of insight, I would say.
What are all of your diagnoses?
So when it comes to antisocial personality disorders specifically, you can see a lot of overlap with different conditions. So for me, I have bipolar disorder. There's the antisocial personality disorder, and then also I have some traits of borderline personality disorder. Typically, a person with the antisocial personality disorder, if they're getting diagnosed, it's because either someone asked them to go that was close to them, that's hurt by their actions, or they did something illegal, and now they have to see someone.
Why did you seek out therapy in the first place?
Because I was going through, for quite some time, I was going through basically bipolar episodes. And it was unusual for me because there would be times where I'm like feeling a level of happiness, like this kind of overt happiness, and then there would be just this deep depression where I don't want to leave bed, or I'll be intensely angry, or I'll be so numb that basically, you know, I wish I was dead in certain circumstances. And that was unusual for me because throughout my life I was used to not really feeling too much. And I do feel like, you know, the bipolar disorder kind of resulted from the antisocial personality disorder. I feel like it came from me just I guess trying too hard to feel like I was a regular person, and then it never works for too long, because in order for you to have people close to you for a prolonged amount of time, they're gonna find out that something's wrong.
Did you have any fear with telling the world your diagnoses?
No, because I mean, I've already been called, you know, all kinds of things, so I don't think it really makes a difference to me. It doesn't change my life in any way, no.
Do you have any type of emotional reaction when people call you those negative things?
It depends, you know, because if it's something where I guess you could say I'm trying to be genuine, because I'm not always manipulating and lying to people with the intent of deceiving them. Sometimes I'll do it to make them comfortable. So if I'm putting in all this effort to be something, to make you more comfortable, and it's not received, that can have an effect on me.
You smiled a few times in this interview.
Yeah.
Is that something you tell yourself to do to make me feel more comfortable?
Yeah, I smile a lot, you know, especially if I'm in regular conversation. You were to see me on the street, yeah, I'll be smiling a lot. It disarms people, you know, it makes them more comfortable.
Do you have the capability of feeling empathy for others?
Not in the same way that an average person would. So say, for example, if someone came up to you and they told you, oh, you know, my grandma just died last night, you may feel intrinsically sad when they tell you that. You know, you may feel sensations almost as if your own grandmother passed away. For me, it's not like that. I won't say that I don't care, that's harsh, but it doesn't make me sad to hear that at all. So instead, what I'll have to do is I'll have to logically understand that, okay, this is an event that people typically get sad at. So I would have to find words of confidence to give them. You know, I'm sorry that happened to you. I know that must be hard. Is there anything I could do? Would you like to talk? Things like that. My grandfather passed when I was about, I was 5 or 6. I remember sitting on my father's lap and he was crying, and I remember wiping the tears off his face and telling him it was gonna be okay. You know, I understood that my grandfather was gone and he wasn't gonna be coming back, but at the same time, I didn't understand why all the tears. I would say I ended up becoming very perceptive to people. It's not like a thing where sometimes people, like, I don't know if you can do it, but people can walk into a room and kind of feel the mood without even really interacting or looking at anybody in the room. I can't necessarily do that, so I'll have to walk in, I'll have to look at people, observe, you know, any body language, and then from there, you know, I would go off of that. So just all of that, basically, that is just simulated emotions that I've been using.
When was the last time you felt happy?
I don't know. Truly, I don't know.
When was the last time you pretended like you felt happy?
Oh, all the time. Yeah, all the time. Because, you know, it makes people uncomfortable. If they're around someone, like, how do you not, you know, experience joy?
Would it be correct to call you a sociopath?
I mean, if you think in terms of scientific terms, sociopathy, they kind of discarded that term a while ago. But in terms of what most people understand it to be, I would say yes. Layman's terms, yes.
Do you have the desire to have a close relationship and maybe even get married in the future?
I'm not sure yet. That's something that I debate with myself, and I'm not 100% sure if I want to get married and have children. The notion of it seems reasonably nice to me, I would say, but I don't know if it would be 100% possible. Because when you speak about romantically, it's difficult to get people to understand that is, you know, people start to feel inconsequential when I tell them it's, you know, it's not necessarily, it's not really you. Like if I like a person, me liking a person is based off of traits that I notice within them that I feel like would be basically beneficial for me going down the road, and I would like to explore those traits further. So it's hard to kind of explain to someone that, you know, it's in an emotional sense, in a romantic sense, you know, I'm not super connected. For me, it's a sense of duty and commitment, so I'm gonna do things for you because you are who you are to me. But you know, people, they in relationships, you know, they want more. They want a little bit more from you. So it gets to the point where I'll basically put that mask on to make them happy. But I can't hold it up forever. So they find out that there are some, you know, inconsistencies there in terms of the emotions. And when you're trying to get someone to see past the emotional aspect and just look at it in a sense of, you know, how I look at it, you know, I'm committed to you. They don't really, it's hard to kind of explain that. People start to feel like, you know, they're inconsequential. It's not really me that matters. If I want to connect to someone, like in a relationship, for example, if I meet someone that I have an interest in romantically, like I don't like you the same way, like, you know, how people like each other. I don't feel any emotional attachment to that. So in order to make someone comfortable and lack of emotional attachment, you know, I have to wear a mask. Like I have to remind myself to tell my family members I love them. You know, I have to remind myself to maintain in contact with my friends and things like that. So, you know, it can be off-putting, you know, if I'm not exaggerating a bit.
So I want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly. It's almost transactional. You see that they have personality traits that will benefit you, but then you also want to do things for them to keep those personality traits around because you know in the long run that's more beneficial than not having that person around.
Exactly.
It's almost like a math equation.
Yeah, I would say I would agree with that. It kind of is like a math equation. So, you know, I would say there's definitely, like anybody else, some people I like a little bit more than others, of course. So some people I would try a little bit harder. But yeah, that's kind of what it is. It is a transactional thing for me. People, they'll be very wary of you. So anybody that I tell, they're very wary of me.
Is that warranted?
Is it warranted? I would say yes. I would say yes, because you do have to be relatively careful when you're dealing with someone who truly has an antisocial personality disorder. You know, it's not necessarily a thing where it's gonna be physical violence or, you know, you're gonna be hurt or anything like that. But if that person doesn't have insight as to how their actions actually affect other people, I would say the likelihood for, you know, you being manipulated, even if it's in a small way, is going to be very high, because most people with, you know, sociopathic tendencies, they're not going to always formulate super grand schemes to take advantage of people. Sometimes it would just be, you know, I'm looking to get lunch today, so let me manipulate this person over here so I can get $10 and go get lunch.
The fact that you're talking so openly about all of this, that means that you're not really concerned with wearing a mask anymore.
No. So it's just, I'll come to a point where it's just, I have to accept it, that this is who I am. You know, and trying to do too much to change that is where I start seeing negative things come into play.
Do you want to feel like a regular person?
I would say I wanted to at one point,
your sister holds your hand?
but
just that. I like to give him my full attention and just kind of try and know what he's thinking, and also just give him time to answer, because sometimes he likes to think about things a little bit more.
Welcome to SBSK. Join me as I travel around the world and interview individuals living with a condition to prove no matter how you communicate or what obstacles. Let's meet today's friend.
What is it like to have a son with an invisible disability?
It's been very challenging because just like the rest of the world, sometimes I forget because I'm with him and Johnny looks so typical, and now especially that he's so much bigger than the rest of us, it's very easy to expect him to behave in a typical fashion. And as his mother, it's still sometimes hard for me to understand how his brain and his behaviors are impacted by his disability. So I lose sight of that and I get very, very frustrated.
He's the number one guy in my life. I've always felt very protective of him, so like a big sister, but also when he was little, I felt like I was kind of a second mom. Johnny has always been my guy, and he's gonna stay in my life forever.
Who do you love most in the world?
My sister.
Why?
I just really like to hang out with her and stuff.
I'm gonna have guardianship of Johnny when he's older, and so I plan to keep Johnny in my life forever.
Why did you decide that?
Because I love him and he's a great brother, and he cares for me, I think, just as much as I care for him. We look out for each other. He's just a really kind soul, and I love having him as a part of my life.
We were a foster family. I remember getting a call. I was having coffee with some friends, and I got a call that there was a baby that needed to come home, and I couldn't wait to get him. And he was 3 days old, and we picked him up, and we did not know how long Johnny would get to stay. But when we picked Johnny up, he was very uncomfortable. He was a baby that you could tell was uncomfortable in his own skin, and it wasn't because of who he was, but what he was exposed to.
When Johnny's birth mom was pregnant, she drank during pregnancy, and so that kind of changed the way Johnny's brain developed.
Basically, his brain, when it was developing, was altered by the alcohol that his biological mother had.
For Johnny, just by looking at him, you wouldn't be able to know that his brain is any different, but it is. And so Johnny gets to be in a special ed class at school, and he just learns differently and kind of does things in his own way.
Tell me about your sister.
She helps me with a lot of things. She plays board games with me when I'm bored.
When you first look at Johnny, you might not be able to see his disability. It's still there, and you should recognize that, but still love him for who he is, but also understand that the challenges he has are legitimate.
When you look into your sister's eyes, what do you think?
She's sweet.
I hope that when people meet Johnny, they see someone who is kind and gentle with a very good heart. I hope they recognize that his disability does affect his life and that they don't take advantage of that. Johnny's very trusting, very loving, and very eager to help others, even if it's not necessarily in his best interest. So I'm afraid that people will see that sort of vulnerability and take advantage of that.
When they're playing games in the street, right? Well, next thing you know, it's instead of having teams, Johnny's chasing everyone else, okay? Or they go hide and seek and, they don't look for him, right? Or things of that nature. Or they get him to do things that they know we might not approve of, or he might get in trouble doing.
It can be hard because I'm very protective of Johnny, and it's hard for me to see other kids or anyone try and take advantage of that.
the world doesn't see Johnny as Johnny, and it can be a threatening place, so I feel that we have to be extra protective.
Would you explain what you mean by the world doesn't see Johnny as Johnny?
Well, I think that our society sees Johnny looks like a big black male, and unfortunately we have some preconceived ideas of what that might mean.
People who did know him, they called on him, right? Said, hey, did you know there's somebody going in your backyard? And the answer was, it's just Johnny. Don't worry about it. Goes 2 blocks over though, there's no one there that knows him, and he's getting big now.
I have to worry about Johnny going down the street alone. And on our street we're okay because everyone knows him. But if he goes down someone else's street, he's not safe. We've already had an incident where someone called on him. And so those are the things that I feel like I have to shield him from, because he is a good kid. I just don't want him getting caught up in a situation. Because Johnny's very trusting and vulnerable in that way, because the wrong person might ask him to do something and Johnny wouldn't know that that was wrong. So it's a challenge. We just want to keep him safe.
Do you believe the world's a good place or a bad place?
Good place.
Why is it a good place?
Because people help other people.
I do worry about if a situation came up where I wasn't able to protect him. I do kind of worry about what his future might hold, but I'm also committed to being a part of that future, and I just hope that I'll be able to keep him safe and help him live life to its fullest.
Do you ever think about the future?
Sometimes.
What do you hope the future's like?
Clean, pretty outside.
When you look at Johnny, do you see anything other than a brother?
I think mostly I see him as my brother, but I think that I also, when I'm seeing him, I also realize that there's more to him than just being my brother, and that there's societal things that, just are around, and that people make decisions, and I don't know. But yeah, I think mainly that he's my brother.
If somebody wants to be your friend, what should they do?
Get to know me a little better.
When they get to know you, what will they see?
And doing lawns and helping neighbors.
Tell me about your business.
I do everything for $10.
You do everything for $10? Does everyone pay you?
No.
Do you do it anyways?
Yeah.
Well, tell them what you do.
We whack, edge, blow, and landscape beds and recycling yards.
Why do you like yard work so much?
I just like to be in nature, woods and stuff.
And I know Johnny's going to go on to do great things. He's wanted to be a garbage man since he was 2. He started watching the garbage truck out the window when he was 2. And then he also wants to continue running his lawn service. And he was concerned for a while that the schedule as a garbage man might interfere with the lawn service. Then he figured he can alternate days, or do one in the morning and at night. And he really wants to ride on the back of the garbage truck. That is his dream job.
If you found a magic genie lamp, what would you wish for?
4-wheeler and trailer.
A 4-wheeler and a trailer, because he wants to be like the yard service. Because right now Johnny puts all of his equipment in a wagon and pushes a lawnmower and pulls the wagon at the same time, and he goes up and down the street like that.
If you could say one thing to the whole world, what would it be?
Just want to keep on doing what I like to do and help other people and stuff.
Johnny might not necessarily outright say, I love you, or hug you, but he will spend time with the people that he loves and work to make you happy, and he makes you feel loved because you see how happy he is to spend time with you.
How do you show your family that you love them?
Just try and be nice and kind and stuff.
Do you love your sister?
Yeah.
What does the word love mean to you?
Just a great guy that wants to help people.
I just hope he knows how much he's loved and that I've got his back no matter what.
What is it like to hear your sister say those nice things?
I love my brother more than anyone in the world, and I've always tried to be Johnny's advocate, and I plan to continue being Johnny's advocate. And I've spent the past few years in college learning as much as I can about fetal alcohol spectrum disorders.
And he's extremely supportive, and Johnny feels very safe. It's so unconditional. It's wonderful. There isn't a day that goes by that he doesn't ask me if he can call her or FaceTime her.
Do you miss your sister when she's away at school?
Sometimes.
Do you think about her?
Sometimes.
What do you think?
That I could kind of want to go there and spend time there.
And Johnny has just let me know that my whole life there will be someone out there who loves me unconditionally, is always happy to see me, and who wants to spend the rest of their life with me.
What's the best thing about your sister?
I always hope that my words can make sure Johnny feels loved and empowered, and that he knows how important he is to me, and that no matter what he does or says, I'm always going to love him and always going to be on his side. So I always try and tell Johnny all the awesome things he does, the things that make me proud of him.
John, what's something your sister has taught you?
How to be nice to other people.
Thanks for watching. If you appreciate what we're doing,
Janusz, was ich schon immer wissen wollte. Arabisch?
Ah, das ist interessant.
Ja, würde ich auch sagen, Arabisch. Französisch.
Und warum?
Weil sie unfassbar sexy und energetisch ist.
Und sprichst du Französisch?
Ich habe in der Schule Französisch gelernt und ich kann nur noch einen Satz sprechen. Willst du den hören? Aber der ist nicht jugendfrei. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir?
Nice.
Kann ich nicht mehr. Ja.
Ja.
Französisch.
What's it like to be you, Jalen?
It's complicated though. Like sometimes I don't want to be me.
Before you got here, Jalen didn't want to talk to you. He was walking around the house saying that he don't have no disability. You know, I don't have no disability.
How do you feel as you sit together?
I feel great.
Why great?
Cause it's like we've never had this in our life before. Like it never ever. It's great to just sit. The camera looking at you. You behind asking us questions. It's great. Like it's great, man. It's great. I like it, man.
Does it feel nice to have somebody listening to your thoughts and your concerns?
Yes.
What are your diagnoses?
I forgot what it called. Yeah, microcephaly. Like microcephaly. That's what it called.
What are Jalen's diagnoses?
Pretty much the same as the rest. It's microcephaly, fetal alcohol syndrome, ADHD.
What is it like to have a condition that's invisible and people can't see it?
It's really hard though. Like to me, I don't want them to see it because I don't want nobody to see how I am. They're gonna make me feel bad and stuff like that. And I don't want all that. I don't want to be in my bed crying because somebody said something to me.
Have you ever been in your bed crying because of something someone said to you?
Yeah, they said a little something to me. It made me cry, made me want to hurt them so bad, but I didn't, because I know I'm gonna make a change. I know I'm gonna be who I'm gonna be now. I know I'm gonna be a better person than who I am now.
People try to treat me different, but I just don't let them because me and you basically the same. It's just I got a condition and you don't, but we still the same.
What's it like to have a brother who has the same diagnosis as you?
It's kind of good. It's kind of good, but it's kind of not at the same time. Like, I don't want none of us to have none of that. I want us to be a good person. You know what I'm saying? I want us to not, people talk about us, people, none of that. I don't want none of that.
Does that mean you think that having a disability makes you a bad person?
I mean, no. It's like I just don't want to get talked on, like, talk about saying I can't read or saying I can't do this or saying I can't do that. He understands more than anybody understands because he been with me all my life, so he understands.
What does he understand?
He understands that I love football more. He understands what I'm going through. He know the pain. He know everything. He know.
Is the fact that you have microcephaly a good thing or a bad thing?
It's both good and bad. I feel like it's good because, like, even though my brain is small, I still can get what I want. And it's a bad because my brain is small. You know what I'm saying? And I want my brain to be small.
Do you remember when your parents told you about it for the first time?
Yeah.
What did you think?
I was just thinking like, so, I mean, my brain's small, but how I'm gonna get over this? How I'm gonna overcome it?
What's it like to be a blended family?
It's a whirlwind.
Good morning. This is a day in our life.
How do you usually start your day?
Alright, time for more cuddling. Day in the life in the emergency room.
I view caregiving as just a normal part of our relationship. Before Shane, I had zero experience with it. But Shane made it fun, and now it's just so natural that I don't really think about it.
Actually, I want a different shirt. Oh my god.
That's silly.
The caregiving was always part of our relationship. From the first day that Hannah and I spent together, I need help with stuff. Alright, all set. And now, she left.
We were.
How much do you weigh?
I weigh about 65 pounds, so I'm small. Now that I'm in my chair, I am mobile and independent within our own home. Very narrow doorways in our apartment, so I have to get the turns here. I've been doing that for a year, still not nailed that turn.
Was there any part of the caregiving that you were nervous about her taking over?
The only thing that I was a little bit nervous about was having her help me use the toilet. So I'm going to show you guys how I use the toilet when I have to poop, and I'm not going to take my pants off to show you this process because none of you want to see all of the details. But basically what will happen is Hannah normally would lift me onto the bed or any other flat surface, take my pants off, and then lift me and put me on the toilet. So Hannah holds me up while I poop.
Yep.
Super weird. It's super normal for us.
True.
It's your favorite part of every day.
Nope.
That was like such a intimate, personal thing to have her like my butt. And I didn't want her to be like, oh, this is actually not what I signed up for. I didn't think that that would happen, but there was that small fear that made me hesitate. I have developed in my lifetime what I call my burden complex, which is this fear that people are annoyed by the help that I need.
Has this just become part of your norm?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. It's not really that weird. I mean, I spend my poop time trying to make Hannah laugh.
Yeah.
Distracting her from the smell.
What was it like the first time you helped Shane poop?
I'm trying to think of what I remember. I remember that you were nervous.
Just darkness.
Like, that was the first time that you were nervous for anything.
Yeah. She's encouraged me to not think of my caregiving activities as a burden, which has been very healthy for me to reframe some of my needs in a more positive way. I've needed help doing poop my whole life, so it's just a part of my life. And I mean, it's funny and like a little embarrassing in like a childish sense, but it's just a part of life, so it's really not that big of a deal. After we wake up, we love to read some of the comments that we've received on our YouTube channel. I have a sip. Go ahead. Did we get any comments last night?
Yeah. See, you guys are awesome. You make me laugh with how you tell your stories. LOL.
Aww.
That was on our Hannah's Most Embarrassing Moment video.
Hannah and I are YouTubers, and we're documenting our relationship together, and we get a lot of negative feedback from people.
This girl's got some serious issues on our Valentine's Day dinner video.
There you go.
She's here for clout because there's no way that their relationship is real.
The negative comments motivate us to, inform and help the people that don't quite get what we're doing yet.
Quick question, why are they together? Like, what's the real reason for question marks? Because honestly, this isn't something you see every day, especially in this generation. I actually think that I think this generation is the one that you see it most in.
Especially not in this generation.
Yeah.
Now, the 1950s, you saw it all the time.
It was great for disability.
And then I love making breakfast together when we have time. And so we'll fry up some eggs or make some hash browns, and we love experimenting with new breakfast foods.
We are making scrambled eggs for breakfast. Shane likes to have his with caramelized onions.
Oh yes, please. We get together. I'm not really a physical participant, but whenever I can, I try to help out with the recipe or other suggestions, like the heat is too high on the oven.
Yeah, that's a popular one.
You're the head chef.
Since when?
No, I'm head chef. Pretty good though for that one second that you thought you were head chef.
What are some adjectives you would use to describe Shane?
Funny, kind, cute, loving, smart, handsome.
Hannah usually helps me spoon or fork my food into my mouth.
Yeah, if we're eating at the same time.
And then I use my hands to assist myself with chewing. So I have like this real specific position that I get into. Where I put my arms up, in a little bit more. Okay.
Good.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I'm at home with him, and I don't get tired of him. I get tired of most people. I think that's how I knew you were the one, is that I could just be with you all the time and never get sick of you.
It's really cute.
Yeah, so it's very comfortable.
This episode will be called The Sounds of Shane Eating and Drinking. Alright, so I'm gonna brush my teeth now. In our apartment, the bathroom is too small for my chair, so I go in the hallway, and then Hannah brings my supplies out to the hallway to do my teeth. Good?
Good.
Do you want me to raise up?
Yeah, actually a little.
I do up so that I'm on her level while she brushes my teeth.
Something that comes up a lot in the comments section of our videos on YouTube is people wondering if Shane's care is a burden on me, and if I get burnt out, if I view it as something that like I have to do like reluctantly, that just sort of.
Or if your life is awful because of it.
If I have no life outside of caregiving for Shane. And the answer to that is no. It's also not that easy to get into your tooth area because your mouth doesn't open very wide. So circular motions, there's not really room for them. I sort of do what I can do.
You do a perfect job.
Thanks.
I don't like curriculum, okay?
It is not a burden. It is really like a seamless part of our day. It's not something that jumps out. It's not like...
It doesn't take a lot of time.
It doesn't take a lot of time or effort.
Hard.
Yeah, it's not difficult. And we're lucky that it isn't difficult. Shane is like small and, you know, like I can lift you really easily. Like it's not a...
Every day long. It's still like... Yeah. It's not like I'm demanding or like...
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be with you if you were just a terrible personality.
Oh, my hair.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if a brush is going to help that.
I do wear a hat.
I think it's beyond brushable.
That's not a brush, that's a comb.
This is a brush.
Oh yeah, it's a brush. I always forget.
Is Hannah your first girlfriend?
No, Hannah is not my first girlfriend. And I think people are often amazed by that fact because they have this misunderstanding of our relationship and they think that Hannah is remarkable for being with me. And so when they find out that, you know, I have dated prior to Hannah, they're like, what? There were other women that dated a guy in a wheelchair? And so that's just another comment on the way that society looks at disability. Can I pee real quick before I go on? Alright, now I'll pee, and then I'll do my speech.
Okay. This is Shane's pee jar. It's what he uses when he has to go to the bathroom. So I'll pick him up and lay him on the bed, and then he'll pee into this, and I'll dump it in the toilet.
Nice and simple.
Yep.
There we go, nice and easy. It makes it a lot easier than having to put me on the toilet every time I only have to pee.
Yeah.
So, and it's good for yelling like when I'm out and about too. I just have to find a
place to lay.
Flat surface to lay on. I was like in my chair, there's just not really enough room to put the jar where it needs to be, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, look how you're sitting.
I would spill it everywhere. We don't want that, so.
When we're in public, the most misunderstood thing is just that he's not an adult. People think he's not an adult. They think he's a toddler or a young child or my child. He'll be given kids menus. I'll be asked what he wants to order. So when we're out in public, that's definitely the most common misconception about him. You're gonna wish there was a bigger pillow there.
Why, is there a pillow?
No, there's a pillow, but I always want more of a pillow than there is.
Alright, time to pee, get out of here, you said yes. Through my nonprofit organization, I give a variety of talks to schools all over the country, thanks to programs like Spike. This is my position to do my talks. I'm like, there we go.
Your wheel's a little...
Here.
Yeah, maybe turn them. There we go. Is that the right height?
I think so. Then I did my laptop. Thank you. And then to move this. Alright. Get it back a little bit. I need to like log in like right now.
Oh yeah, you do. Are you good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you. I love you.
I love you.
I will yell
Text me when you're done. Yell.
What's up? How is everyone?
What's up, Jay?
Oh wow, you guys are high energy for this early in the morning. I was born with a disease called spinal muscular atrophy that I've lived with my entire life. And this disease makes all of my muscles really weak. So I've used the wheelchair for my entire life. Even though I have to do things a little bit differently, my life is still happy and normal and fun. I teach kids that disability is not a negative thing. And I try to give them a healthier understanding of what living with a disability is really like. That is my pee jar. So that's how I use the bathroom and I only have to pee. It's a lot simpler than having me lifted onto the toilet and doing that whole deal. With my pee jar, I can go wherever I have to go. I need to be laying down to use it because just like reasons. But it makes using the bathroom a lot easier so that the next time they meet someone that has a physical disability, they're not so nervous or afraid to interact with that person. I just want to thank you all for being so attentive and asking me your questions. I really appreciate it, and I hope you all have a great rest of the week. So I'm gonna text Hannah now, let her know that I'm done. I could probably just yell for her, but don't know what she's up to, so I'll text her. In addition to all the like caregiving stuff that we do in the day, we also just have the regular activities of life, like going grocery shopping and going to get food, and yeah, the caregiving really doesn't take up that much of our day.
Finding an apartment that was accessible was really difficult, so we had to make this one accessible ourselves. And we have 2 ramps that we use.
This is all ice. It's so snowy. I hate winter. I hate winter. I hate winter. I hate winter. Oh yeah. I have a wheelchair accessible van that allows me to travel wherever I need to be.
It's just a button, one for stow, one for deploy, and I'll just push that button until it's all the way out, and then Shane will go on up.
Yeah.
And then I'll use like tie downs to strap his chair in.
Yeah, so I don't fly all over the place.
Yeah. Do you want to hold your neck?
No, I'm good.
Shane gets bored very easily at the grocery store or the mall. He tends to want to do other things as soon as we get there.
I already forget everything on the list.
It's okay. It's all in the food section.
Yeah.
We're not there yet. And then like the paper. Why are you doing that? Oh. Doesn't I look of concern? On the other hand, sometimes he sees things that he likes, and he'll require that we buy them.
Like those cups today.
Yeah, even if we don't need them.
I'm going to use one tonight for my beer. Ooh, I like these cups. Look at these black cups.
Those are cool.
I really like them.
At least he finds enjoyment in them after. They're always things that he truly loves.
It's a small thing. Like my little brown coffee mug.
The ugly one.
I get bored grocery shopping. I like to pick out fun things, like snacks. And that we use humor to make light of and have fun with all the difficult aspects of life. And so we're always making fun of our problems and everything that we have going on. It always feels like it will be fun to like tell them to pick out food that we'll eat, but then I get here and I'm just like, okay, I'm tired of this. Maybe I should ride in the shopping cart. Can I ride in the shopping cart?
Nope.
How about under it?
Probably that would work better.
Would I fit under there?
I think people think that he doesn't help me physically at all, and so they assume that like my life is terrible. And first of all, like he does help me physically because he can carry a lot of things on his wheelchair. It's a huge perk that people don't even think about. But like I don't have to carry bags. Like he carries everything.
And tuck that down and then.
Sure.
Okay. See, there are ways that I help, you know?
It's true.
Like physical ways, I mean.
Yeah.
Anna is a student, so she is in her senior year of college and very busy with that as well. So we have a lot going on that requires our attention every day. I'm gonna go get set up to do some work while Hannah goes to class. Can you grab me some food? Like,
yes.
Maybe those peanut butter
crackers.
Yeah. Gonna go over the spoon.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm getting Shane's snack ready for while I'm gone. He's gonna have peanut butter crackers. I usually just put it in a bowl, and then he has plastic spoons that are light and easy to lift. And he can just eat them throughout the day whenever he gets hungry.
What do you do when Hannah's not here?
So I am very independent once I have my laptop and my phone on my lap. With those two devices, I have access to the world. And so I write, I type, I send emails, I wind up on Reddit.
Okay.
I'll see you after.
I'll see you. I'll text you. Probably during the class.
Nope.
Just kidding.
Hey, thank you.
All right.
Love you.
I love you.
So when Hannah goes to class, I set up to work. And I can do everything I have to do right here. I have an app on my phone that turns my phone into a keyboard for my laptop. So I type everything on my phone and then I see it appear on my screen. So with that, I can do everything I have to do, and I just get my work done while she's gone.
Do you worry about Shane when you're out and about?
When we first moved in together, I worried about him. I would worry that there was like a fire and like he was in the house. But now I haven't worried about him in a long time. I'm like sure that he's fine, and we haven't had any issues. At the beginning it was just so new, and Yeah, I don't really worry about him anymore.
What happens if you get an itch while Hannah's gone?
I wait. Things like that, like, you know, a sudden itch or having to go to the bathroom are kind of just parts of my experience. I've learned how to just deal with them and wait. Of course, there are solutions that I've learned. I occasionally will remember to have a straw left from me here that I can reach, and then the straw kind of gives me the ability to reach more in my face if I have like an itch. Or there are other people, if I have like a bathroom emergency, I can call like Hannah's parents or a friend or something like that.
Shane, I'm home. Hello?
Hi, how's class?
Good.
Class was good?
Yeah, it's fine.
You feel smarter?
Yeah, actually we talked about our final paper, so it was helpful.
That's good.
Yep.
As often as we can, Hannah and I try to have little date nights here and there, so tonight we went out to dinner at one of our favorite restaurants. This is our go-to romantic night out restaurant.
This corner doesn't look very, like the paint is chipping, like it's a nice restaurant.
What does a romantic date consist of?
Laughing.
Good food.
Holding hands.
Laugh there, we're not holding hands though.
No, but the meal hasn't started.
We hold hands while we eat? No, we don't.
I don't hold your hand now. We usually hold hands after.
True.
Actually.
While we're deciding if we want to eat more or hold it.
Not usually dessert. It's always too full.
Those moments mean a lot to us. Just having some time to not be a work family, not be focusing on all the chores that we have to do in our lives. Yeah. Can you take my lettuce off and put it over there far away from me?
Wouldn't want you to even have a shred of lettuce on your plate.
I'm just making room.
Do you want the lemon?
Not really, no.
Want me to squeeze it?
No. Our honeymoon stage lasted for like 8 months, and we were just like non-stop affection and like cutesy, like vomit-inducing adorableness in those 8 months. But now, after living together for like a year and being together for like 3 years, we've matured a bit. I don't know. But we just kind of like settled into our relationship, and we're not always like locked at the sheets, you know. Like,
What do you want?
Fish.
What do you want to start with? Break it in half?
Yeah.
Oh, you were gonna love this. You want mashed potato in the same bite?
Yeah, why not?
But do you still love each other just as much?
I think we love each other more now than we did during our puppy love phase. Because when you go through like all these weeks and months and years of life together and face challenges and difficult moments, your love becomes stronger, and it's not all about just that like cutesy feeling. Thank you. And then should we get the chat down? Thank you. No, not tonight. We love to end our day with a cuddle on the couch or wherever, and just watch TV or a movie or talk. Just that closeness is really important and special to us.
What's one thing you hope Shane always remembers about the way you feel about him?
Shane, I want you to remember that I don't view caregiving as a burden. I don't think that you should ever worry about that or feel that way. That would definitely be the thing that I want you to remember. My hand's cold.
Yeah, I know, I feel that. Did you pick my head up and tell you about like, I don't really know how.
Is that better?
When you live with a disability, it's easy to fall into the thought process that you are not worthy of other people's love because you require different like help and different needs than other people. Society feeds you this idea that, you know, you're not going to find love, and that is so not true.
A lot of people are curious about our intimate life, and we're keeping that between us, but it is possible and satisfying for both of us.
I just rub my nose all over her body. That's not how we do it. It's a weird style, but works for her, so. You're going to find that there are people out there who value your interests and your personality and your hobby and your body. You're going to find love. I believe that. There's no one in the world that understands my mind the way that Hannah does and my feelings. And I think that she would say the same.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It's very deep.
And I'm not usually like comfortable talking about my feelings.
Yeah.
But I am with you, so.
After we're done with our nighttime cuddle session, then Hannah helps me get ready for bed. Good night.
Not yet.
Even though our relationship might look a little bit different on the surface, we have all the same qualities and daily interactions, and Hey YouTube. I've been feeling a lot weaker. like main train station, and we're trying to figure out where our bus is to get to our hotel. We don't speak French, which is... Shower. You need a shower.
Go. Take Shane, honey, you're gonna hurt yourself. And nearby is also Moulin Rouge, which is you mentioned.
What's that?
That's where they used to have the can girl dancers.
Yeah, dancing.
Moulin Rouge.
You've never heard that? He's from Pennsylvania.
You're gonna hurt yourself on that table. Honey, you're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Shower. You need a shower.
Go.
Yeah. Water will help me.
Sounds good.
Legs the size of redwood trees, the awkward east of the north. Hannah Elward. Hannah trains year-round by dating small humans with physical disabilities.
It's like so close. There you go. You're not right over it. There you go. Beeping. So now technically your device is on. Can you tell? Oh, that's exciting. Here, you can put it down for a second. Just get used to the sound. What does it sound like? I don't want to hear myself cry. Can you hear me? Can you hear your voice? Does your voice sound pretty loud? No, not really. Well, that's good. My laughter sounds loud. Yeah, you'll get used to all of that over time. Want to hear your husband say something?
This next question is going to be a bit deep and philosophical, but we're friends, why not? Do you believe life has a purpose? And if so, what is the purpose of your life?
I don't know. I know everything should happen for a reason, and I think that every once in a while when I meet someone and they say that, like, I've helped them, sometimes it's, like, hard to think, like, how did I help you? But after 16 years of, like, meeting so many people saying, like, you're an amazing person and stuff like that, and maybe I've started to believe them, and
Нет никаких правил, если делать осторожно, это учит словно майна, барбосы, волки, куха. У меня их нет, Джека, помоги мне накопить на новенький корвет. Да ты любишь деньги, да ты любишь много бабок. Наберись терпения и делай много-много ставок. Аж прибец и Джеки Шпец отправят вас на Бали, муха с воздуха вещает.
Sodass ich im Endeffekt erstmal schon mal sprechen kann. Und danach geht es eigentlich nur daran, die nächsten 1000 bis 2000 Wörter zu lernen, die Grammatik mehr mit reinzubringen und schon kann ich eine Sprache komplett flüssig sprechen. Und das, wie gesagt, braucht man vielleicht 2-3 Monate zu, mit 2-3 Stunden oder mit 2 Stunden Aufwand am Tag, würde ich circa sagen, um auf dieses Level zu kommen. Wenn du natürlich ein bisschen weniger Zeit nehmen möchtest, dann dauert das auch ein bisschen länger. Was mir am meisten geholfen hat, als ich diesen Prozess durchgegangen bin, bei mir war es so, dass ich nicht eine Sprache von null an lernen wollte, sondern bei mir war es so, dass ich eine Sprache vom jetzigen Level, das war Englisch, ich konnte Englisch sprechen, ich konnte es sehr gut lesen und auch verstehen, aber auf ein höheres Level heben möchte. War erstmal ein SRS-System zu nutzen, da habe ich Anki genutzt. Ein SRS-System ist ein Space Repetition System. Anki ist im Endeffekt eine App und ein Computerprogramm, was du dir für den Computer, glaube ich, kostenlos holen kannst. Für die App zahlst du 26 € oder so. Das Ganze ist miteinander synchronisiert und damit kannst du dir Flashkarten, also Vokabelkarten, erstellen. Und dieses System ist so getriggert, dass es im Endeffekt immer zum richtigen Zeitpunkt dir diese Vokabeln wieder vorlegt, sodass du sie perfekt lernen kannst. Das heißt, im Endeffekt sourcest du alles aus. Das heißt, du fokussierst dich wirklich nur darauf, diese Vokabeln einmal am Tag durchzugehen.
%2 der Erwachsenen denken noch quer, stellen Dinge in Frage, machen Dinge anders. Und wenn Sie sich das einfach mal überlegen, dann ist doch die Frage, wie können Sie jetzt zurückkommen in diese Genialität?
Wie viele von euch kennen Menschen, wenn du mit denen Monopoly spielst und die gewinnen nicht, ist der Tag für die vorbei? Was haben die denn für Klamotten an? Wenn du die auf einer Party siehst, sagst du schicke Schuhe, sagt der Amazonasfrosch, mein Freund, von schwedischen Jungfrauen vorgekautes Leder. Ja, schönen guten Abend. Kurze Frage, wie viele von Ihnen haben es denn manchmal mit richtig schwierigen und komplizierten Menschen im Leben zu tun? Wenn Sie sich jetzt kurz umgucken, die nicht die Hand gehoben haben, das sind meistens... Ich kenne aber wahnsinnig viele Menschen, übrigens auch...
Das heißt, unsere Aufmerksamkeit ist wie ein Scheinwerfer, sehr selektiv, und wir sehen nur die Dinge, auf die wir ganz konkret achten. Goethe hat das mal mit diesen Worten gesagt: Man sieht.
Die größte Motivation bei einer Entscheidung. Welche Entscheidung trifft ein Mensch? Die größte Motivation bei einer Entscheidung ist diese hier. Die Motivation, einen Fehler zu vermeiden. Denn Menschen wählen nicht das, was sie am liebsten haben. Menschen wählen das, was sie am wenigsten fürchten.
Ты знаешь, подруга, мужчинам непросто. И можешь кидать в меня кучу камней.
What's the most confusing thing about other humans?
You said humans as if it's a different species.
Whereas before it was like, I was telling a story, you know?
Where'd you grow up?
I was born in Hollywood and I was raised up in Lake Arrowhead, Coastline, that kind of area. Up in the mountains, San Bernardino.
A little bit louder.
San Bernardino Mountains. I don't remember most of it because I was tortured and molested from like, I don't know.
You were what?
Tortured and molested from a very young age up to about 16.
Oh, really?
So.
Who was doing that?
Mother, father, stepfather, but I mean separately, of course.
So your father and your stepfather?
Yeah, and my mother. Kind of separately, all different kind of, you know, my stepfather, he used to do things and then put me in the trunk of a car to scare me or fold me up in a sofa bed so that just to terrify me so that I wouldn't say anything. And I didn't remember what my father did. I put all of those onto my stepfather. Everything was on my stepfather until I got older and I started to come to the realization that
it was your
there was all, yeah. You know, and they had done I had really bad PTSD due to the fact of my stepfather, so they were doing this like little study on me or whatever, and they found that they would, you know, take me back to those times, and finally one of the psychiatrists says, enough's enough, so we get her back there.
Программа. Почитать про коммунитаризм я тебе на русском посоветую две книжки, ну, из обзорных, да, работ. Я, во-первых, тебе посоветую почитать Уилла Кимлику, переведена на русском его книжка, она называется «Современная политическая философия», если я не ошибаюсь. Да, «Современная политическая философия. Введение». И там есть...
Then what? Then what? Then she's just rehashing it, reliving it, and then we send her on home, and we go to dinner and have some drinks at the bar. And she's a mess. So he said, why don't we do it like this? I want you to sit down, and I want you to imagine that those people that did those horrible things to you were now in the same situation you were with them. Something horrible was happening to them and their children. Because you see, nobody just wakes up and says they're going to torture and molest children. Some kind of strange mental twist happens to them. And from that point forward, they start to have this need to do these things that are heinous. And, so I imagine them as little kids. Things happening to them. And I was able to let go of the hatred. Because only I suffer from the hatred. But they don't know what's going on. They're like off on their life, having fun.
And then how old were you when you left home?
Oh, I graduated from 16 and moved to the big city. Right. So I left, you know. I left and hit the streets of like Hollywood and those kind of places. And so After that, I got a dance, driving those diamond dance clubs.
You worked at dance club?
In the diamond dance clubs and stripping and stuff like that, and I started dealing. And needed a bigger connection. So someone told me that the Mexican Mafia was at the Alexandria Hotel downtown, and I can get a big connection there. So back in the day, I had a body that was kind of banging.
On the 2nd of August 2017, at approximately 5:15 p.m., 21-year-old Savannah Gold left her parents' home and drove to San Jose Boulevard in Jacksonville, Florida. She had a 5:30 shift at the Bonefish Grill, a casual seafood restaurant where she worked as a waitress. But on this occasion, she never showed up. It was a fairly quiet Wednesday afternoon at the diner. Her absence wasn't too much of a strain, so the on-duty supervisor simply took her hours off the roster for that day and thought nothing else of it. Suspicions only arose roughly 1 hour and
small town. What part of a small town? The so-called good side of the tracks or the other side?
The other side.
When you say the other side, exactly what do you mean? What was wrong over there?
Well, where all the guys get in trouble. Get in trouble all the time.
Have you noticed any fads in high school? Are there any particular things that everybody does, or everybody wants to do?
Yeah, particularly in dress, I think. I mean, for a while, white bucks were popular. Everybody who could get them got white bucks, and saddle shoes, and now I guess, well, kids just try to imitate college boys, the way I found anyway. I mean, if you're called a Joe College, you're dressed pretty well, I guess.
Guys get in trouble all the time.
You mean the police were down there all the time?
That's right.
And you were raised in that particular area, is that right?
That's right.
How old were you when you got into what I might ask to be your first major difficulty with the law?
Well, I was 17. I stole a car.
Why a car, and why then?
Well, I got in a family argument one night, and I just didn't want to get out of town. I was mad at everybody. So I went uptown and I stole a car and started to leave.
What was wrong at home?
Well, that's none of your business.
You stole the car, you went uptown. How long before you were caught?
Well, the same night.
By the county police or state police?
State police.
What happened to you then? They put you in jail?
Right.
What next?
Well, I went to...
My name is Polina, and I was born on December 31st, 1999 in the Krasnoyarsk region. I like the fact that I was born on a special day. I'm 18. Putin's been in power for 18 years. I went to school, he was there. I finished school, he was there. He's been there an eternity.
Our President Vladimir Vladimirovich has helped the country to believe that we're not just a leftover, but a worthy successor to the Soviet Union, a worthy successor to the Russian Empire, a worthy representative of the Russian spirit, which has always distinguished our nation from other nations. My name is Andrei Nazarov. I'm a student at the Faculty of Journalism at the Moscow Polytechnic University.
My name is Camilla. I'm in the 11th grade. I'm interested in politics and activism. In our country, you can die from everything that's going on. Everything has been destroyed, from the economy to the benches outside residential buildings.
And 15 minutes after Savannah had left the house, as her father received a text message from her phone number. Savannah's older brother also This is the average number of children who are murdered by a parent each year. This immediately alerted suspicion, as it was the same car Casey had supposedly been traveling with for work. Suspicion turned into panic once they picked. Case is exceptional, is how the present day's topic of discussion has intricacies that would normally draw one to it, quite simply because the exact circumstances of what took place are unknown to this day. Yet what the story lacks in grisly detail, it makes up for in truly frightening psychology. The majority of this notion can be accurately surmised by just two words: manufactured personality. This might seem confusing and perhaps irrelevant at the moment, but just be sure to keep this single term in mind as this video progresses, and it will soon make a lot more sense. Most of you will already be aware of who 2-year-old Kaylee Anthony was. The majority will know that she sadly passed away at some point between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. on June 16, 2008. Her death is undoubtedly the most heartbreaking part of this story, and we only need a single word to epitomize her short life: tragic. But the primary subject of this video is not about the life nor the death of Kaylee Marie Anthony. It is in fact about the psychological constitution of her mother, 22-year-old Casey Marie Anthony. So rather than tragic, you'll find the words disturbing and perplexing to be far better suited to the theme of this video. One of the many reasons this case is exceptional is how the present day's topic of discussion has little to do with the actual occurrences of the crime, but in fact the subsequent developments that followed. People are no longer talking about how or even why Kaylee Anthony passed away. They are instead talking about the manner in which a mother responded to her daughter's death. Given all the acquired information we now have, even if we afford this person the most morally acceptable possibility of what occurred, her manner of conduct was still unimaginably cold-blooded. This is driven home by the fact she was evaluated by 2 clinical psychologists during her time in custody, and not a single abnormality was discovered with relation to her psychological state. In other words, there were no signs of mental illness whatsoever. And this makes the character study of Casey Anthony just as fascinating as it is terrifying. A human being's state of mind is something most accurately assessed with the full capacity of hindsight. So before we evaluate our first segment of raw footage, here's a quick rundown of each of the essential moments that will give you a broader understanding of what we're actually dealing with. On the 15th of July, 2008, Orlando police received a call from Cindy Anthony, the grandmother of the victim.
911, what's your emergency?
Phone call that the family car was at the impound lot. This immediately alerted suspicion, as it was the same car Casey had supposedly been traveling with for work. Suspicion turned into panic once they picked up the vehicle, and George discovered a strong odor emanating from the trunk, one that he recognized from his years as a police officer, and found comparable to that of human decomposition. Through contacting one of Casey's friends, her parents managed to track her down at her boyfriend's house in Orlando, where they were found smoking marijuana and watching TV. When inquired over the whereabouts of her daughter, Casey stated that she had been kidnapped 31 days before by the supposed babysitter. It was at that moment Cindy Anthony called 911.
911, what's your emergency? Who has her? Do you have a name? Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
Who is that? Babysitter?
She's been my nanny for about a year and a half, almost 2 years.
Why are you calling now? Why didn't you call 31 days ago?
I've been looking for her and have gone through other resources to try to find her, which was stupid. I think the officers are here.
The officers are there?
Yes.
Now let's indulge in the world of fantasy for just a moment and pretend all of what Casey had just stated was true. She had indeed been working, and her daughter was in fact kidnapped by the babysitter a month earlier. The immediate premise most would gather would be that Casey had no regard for her daughter whatsoever. In the 911 call, there was no urgency nor concern in her voice, and rather than her volunteering information, which most parents would do in a frantic manner, it had to be acquired by the dispatcher through repeated inquisition. All you have to do is compare Casey's dialogue to that of her mother's in the same phone call. One was indifferent, while the other was distraught. Police would have picked up on this immediately. Even without the bizarre phone call, the circumstances alone would make Casey the prime suspect in her daughter's disappearance. She was immediately interviewed as a witness, which unbeknownst to her was the detective's first step in locking her into as many lies as possible.
Date right now is July 16, 2008. The time right now is 04:11 hours. I'm Detective Mellish with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I am with Casey Anthony, is that correct?
Yes.
Casey, you understand this is being recorded?
Yes.
You have any objection to that?
No.
Casey, I got a call here in reference to a missing child. You took Casey to a babysitter's house.
Yes.
And who was this babysitter?
Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
How long had you known Zenaida?
Almost 4 years. It'll be 4 years Christmas this year.
And where did you meet her? Who did you meet her through?
A mutual friend. His name is Jeffrey Michael Hopkins. I met him at Nickelodeon at Universal, and I met her through him. She was his son's nanny at the time.
Does Jeffrey still work at Universal?
No, he does not.
How long has it been since he left?
About 9-10 months, give or take. He moved up to North Carolina for a short time and moved down to Jacksonville within the last 3 months.
How would you characterize your relationship with Miss Anthony?
More or less acquaintances.
We're very good friends?
Not very good friends.
Did you ever work at Universal Studios?
I did.
When did you work at Universal Studios?
Approximately 2002.
How long did you work there for?
1 year.
Did you ever work there at the same time that Casey Anthony worked?
I don't think so.
You don't recall ever seeing her there?
Never.
Did you ever introduce Casey Anthony to a woman by the name of Zenaida Gonzalez?
I did not.
Did you ever use Zenaida Gonzalez as a nanny?
No, sir.
Do you have any children?
No, sir.
Have you lived in the Orlando area consistently since 2002?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever lived in Jacksonville?
No, sir.
Have you ever lived in North Carolina?
No, sir.
Did you see Casey Anthony in the month of June of 2008?
No, sir.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
About a week and a half ago.
Do you know a telephone number for him?
I can find a number for him. I don't know a number offhand. No, I do not.
So you met Zenaida through Jeffrey Hopkins.
I did.
And his son Zach Hopkins, I guess. Zenaida used to watch over Zach?
Yes.
And when did she start watching over your child?
It's been within the last year and a half, 2 years that she started watching Kaylee.
How would you normally drop off, or how would you normally do the exchange with your child and Zenaida? Would you drop the child off? Would she meet you somewhere?
I would usually drop her off. For a few months, we would go over to Jeff's house. He lived over in Avalon Park.
And you would go to Jeff's house why?
To drop off Kaylee. That's where Zenaida would go to watch both of the kids.
Okay.
It was in a nice centralized area. He had a decent sized house. It was good room for the two of them.
Go back to your statement. You dropped off Kaylee June 9th, and walk me through. You dropped her off to go to work?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Get off of work and go from there.
I got off of work, left Universal, driving back to pick up Kaylee like a normal day, and I show up to the apartment, knock on the door, nobody answers. So I call Zenaida's cell phone and it's out of service. I didn't really want to come home. I wasn't sure what I'd say about not knowing where Kaylee was. Still hoping that I would get a call or, you know, find out that Kaylee was coming back so then I could go get her. And I ended up going to my boyfriend Anthony's house, who lives in Sutton Place.
Did you talk to Anthony about what happened with Kaylee?
No, I did not.
Have you talked to anyone about Kaylee, about your incident with Kaylee? Or the fact that
Outside of
she's missing?
a couple people, a couple mutual friends.
Who did you talk to about it?
I talked to Jeffrey Hopkins.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to Juliette Lewis. She's one of my coworkers at Universal.
She works. You still work at Universal?
Yes.
What do you do at Universal?
I'm an event coordinator.
Okay. What is Juliet? What position is she? Where she works?
She's also an event coordinator. We work in the same department.
Juliette Lewis doesn't exist. Casey had briefly worked at Universal, but hadn't been employed there for over 2 years prior to this interview. And she wasn't an event coordinator. She stood behind a kiosk and sold photos of people after they had been on the Incredible Hulk ride.
You have a number for Juliet?
Offhand, I can't think of one.
Is she in your SIM card?
No, she's not. Some of the more recent numbers, her number just changed because she just moved back up north. She, within the last 2 months, has finished moving up to New York. She's subleasing her apartment.
So Juliet doesn't work at Universal anymore?
No, she does not.
What's the reason, I asked you this before and I'll ask you just for the record, what's the reason you didn't call the police before?
I think part of me was naive enough to think that I could handle this myself, which obviously I couldn't. And I was scared that something would happen to her if I did notify the authorities or got the media involved. Just the fear of the unknown, fear of the potential of Kaylee getting hurt, of not seeing my daughter again.
I asked you this at the onset and asked you before we went on tape, and I'll ask you again just to make sure we're clear. Is there anything about this story that you're telling me that is untrue, or is there anything that you want to change or divert from what you've already told me?
No, sir.
Did you cause any injury to your child, Kaylee?
No, sir.
Did you hurt Kaylee or leave her somewhere and you're worried that if we find that out that people are going to look at you a wrong way?
No, sir.
And you're telling me that Zenaida took your child without your permission and hasn't returned her?
The last person that I've seen with my daughter, yes.
Is she Puerto Rican? Is she Dominican? Is she white?
She's mixed. She's black and Puerto Rican.
Is there any underlying cause to why Zenaida would have taken your child?
Nothing that...
Did she ever make any statements to you about...
Only how much she loves Kaylee and how great of a kid she is.
And when you talk to Jeffrey afterwards, I'm assuming that Jeffrey's child is still with him.
His child is still with him.
You said Zenaida had family up in New England, up in New York or
yes,
something?
She has family down south. Her mother, her sister, her brother's in New York. She's originally from New York. Pretty much grew up there, moved down here, went to the University of Florida.
Zenaida, the nanny, doesn't exist. Casey never had a babysitter. Being the retrospective viewer, we have the benefit of knowing these are outright fabrications, and these meticulous details are a textbook sign of a pathological liar. She speaks eloquently and naturally as if her dialogue is a reflex response to the questions she's being asked, when in reality, each of these minor details are calculated and deliberately placed for the purpose of deception, and the nonchalant, easygoing tone she employs is used to camouflage anxiety. Casey has not only become accustomed to manipulation, she has become extremely skilled in how to use it effectively. It takes us to the concept of nurture and how it most likely had a significant impact on her current circumstances. If we go through what we know about Casey's domestic history, there are numerous occasions where she had gotten away with things that most would not, simply due to the fact that she was able to continuously lie without conscience. A prime example could be when she was 18 years old and stopped attending class midway through her senior year. She literally skipped the entire second half of her final year to go hang out with her older boyfriend. Her parents became suspicious on several occasions, yet each and every time, Casey had some whimsical excuse to which she was given the benefit of the doubt. Then just days before graduation, her parents were informed by the school of her truancy and that she would not be graduating. When confronted, Casey's excuse was that her timetable was mixed up by the school, causing her to miss classes through no fault of her own. This is obviously a completely baffling excuse that no sane person would ever believe. Yet whether it be through denial or an overprotective nature, Casey's parents not only took her at her word, but even shielded her from the consequences of her actions. They lied to all their family friends that she graduated with honors, and even threw her an extravagant graduation party the day after. This is just one of the many occurrences where Casey faced no ramifications for misconduct. It seemed to give her the belief that no matter what she did, as long as she could spin one lie after another, or at least drag a lie out for as long as possible, everything would work itself out. The truth is that everything did work itself out when she was dealing with her parents, and she evidently thought the same rules applied with regard to national law and a missing child's investigation. After the initial statement you just heard, Casey was asked if she could take police to all places of interest. She happily obliged, and then proceeded to lead them to a multitude of fake addresses which she had nothing to do with. She then took them to her supposed office at Universal Studios and literally led 3 senior investigators to the very end of the building, taking over 25 minutes to walk to, before she finally turned around, put her hands in her back pockets, laughed, and admitted that she didn't work there. Completely dumbfounded, the detectives placed her under arrest and took her to a conference room in the building for what was essentially an interrogation.
Since I left you this morning, I've gone to every address that you've told me. I came over here, I've already talked to all the employees. I found out all these names that you're giving me are people that either never worked here or have been fired here for a long time ago. Okay, so where we are right now is in a position that doesn't look very good for you. Because obviously, I know, and you know, that everything you told me is a lie, correct?
Not everything that I told you.
Pretty much everything that you told me, including where Kaylee is right now.
That I don't know where she is.
Sure you do. And here's, listen, let me explain something. Looking at you, I know that everything that you told me is a lie. I'm very confident, just by having talked to you the short period of time, that you know where she is.
I legitimately have not seen my daughter in 5 weeks. I didn't let anything happen to her, except I trusted her with somebody that had been taking care of her, that had been taking good care of her, someone that she was comfortable with, that I was comfortable with.
What about Jeff? You said Jeff worked here until about 2 months ago?
No, he hasn't worked here for quite a while.
10 months? How long?
It's been at least 10 months.
Okay. He got fired in 2002. He hasn't been an employee here since 2002.
We put a lot more together than I think you realize we put together. My question to you is, we're in this office because our purpose in coming here was to do what?
I'm trying to think of places where I know she's been.
You're not answering my question. Do you want us to help?
Yes,
you want to help us find your daughter?
I do want you to.
Well, a good starting point would be to answer the questions, okay? If I say to you, we're here because, and then you just ignore that like I never asked it and go off in some other direction, is that answering the question?
No.
Okay. Well, let's go through this again. We're here because.
Because I lied, because I brought you up here, and honestly I was reaching for
No, stop right there. I want you to tell me how lying to us is going to help us find your daughter.
It's not going to.
Well, then if the main thing you want to do is find your daughter, and you don't think lying to us is going to help us find her, why would you do that?
Because I'm scared, and I know I'm running out of options. It's been a month.
What are you scared of?
I'm scared of not seeing my daughter ever again.
I'm a parent too. I would have been beside myself.
I have been.
I would have called the police immediately, and that's the part that I just don't understand. Well, we've got so many resources out there that we could help on day one.
You didn't know what to do.
I didn't know what to do. At that point, I'm thinking, okay, they haven't been gone that long. Maybe I can find them. Maybe I can track them down.
We're not stupid, okay? And what you're doing right now is you're treating us like we're stupid. Everything that's coming out of your mouth is a lie. Everything. Either you gave Kaylee to someone and you don't want anyone to find out because you think you're a bad mom, or something happened to Kaylee and Kaylee's buried somewhere or in a trash can somewhere, and you had something to do with it. Either way, right now, it's not a very pretty picture to be painting. You're painting yourself as a very bad person. It needs to end.
The truthful thing is that I have not seen my daughter. The last time that I saw her was on the 9th of June.
Remember we had those 2 people that we were talking about, the person who had an accident and a person who's just a cold-blooded, callous monster? That's telling me that you are the second person, this cold-blooded, callous monster who doesn't care and doesn't want to help because she's afraid that something so heinous happened that everyone's going to look at her and say, she's a monster, she deserves to go away, she deserves to never see the light of day, this bad thing should happen to her. I don't want to believe that right now, but you're giving me no choice. Tell us what happened to Kaylee. Tell us what happened to Kaylee.
I dropped off Kaylee. And that's the last time that I've seen her. I dropped her off.
Where did you drop her off?
I dropped her off at that apartment.
No, you didn't.
That's exactly where I dropped her off.
Did you just think that one day she's just going to show up at your house?
No, I sat around yesterday trying to figure out what to do. I'm glad that I ended up seeing my mom, that all of that stuff happened. It happened for a reason because
you're glad you saw your mom. You could have saw your mom 5 weeks ago and said, Mom, I don't know
I saw my mom's reaction right off the bat, and it would have been the same from the get-go.
So wait a minute, you're more afraid of your mom's reaction than you are if you ever see your daughter again?
You know, I'm absolutely petrified. Absolutely petrified. I know my mom will never forgive me. I'm never going to forgive myself.
Is it that there's some other thing more important in your life right now that you just weren't really focused on what you were saying when you told us? So, yeah, kind of just accidentally told us you had an office here and we needed to be here, or did you purposely mislead us? Which of those two is it?
I purposely misled.
Okay, so you purposely misled us. This was all in an attempt to help find your daughter, right? That makes sense to you, correct?
In a backward sort of way, yes.
Backwards sort
I'm
of way.
coming back to places that are familiar to me, that I know are familiar to her. Familiar situations that
What did you think?
just maybe
How old is she?
would help. She's almost 3.
She's almost 3. What do you think, she's going to take a cab here? I mean,
I know
how do
she's
you think
not.
she's going to get here?
Because she's with someone else.
She's with someone else who's hid her from you for 5 weeks.
Yes.
Why would a person who has hid your daughter from you for 5 weeks, okay, bring her to the building that you used to work at?
I don't know what else to do anymore. If I knew where she was, if something
Well, let
would
me
have
ask you
happened,
this.
I would have admitted that a long time ago.
Do you believe thinking up more lies to tell us will help us?
She's with someone that I absolutely do not trust, and that I'm absolutely scared that
That you don't trust yet was babysitting your daughter for a year.
I don't trust her now because of what happened.
Who did you call first? Who did you go to for help first to help try to find her?
No one.
Oh, no, okay, all right. Okay. Well, I'm glad we got that straightened out.
Casey was then taken to the county jail, where she in the evening hours was able to make a phone call, and just happened to see her mother on the local news moments before speaking to her.
Casey?
Mom.
Hey, sweetie.
Oh, I just saw your nice little cameo on TV.
Which one?
What do you mean, which one?
Which one? I did 4 different ones, and I don't know. I haven't seen them all. I've only seen 1 or 2 so far.
You don't know what my involvement is and stuff?
Casey?
Mom.
What?
No.
I don't know what your involvement is, sweetheart. You're not telling me where she's at.
Because I don't f***ing know where she's at. Are you kidding me?
Casey, don't waste your call.
No.
Scream and holler at me.
Waste my call sitting in the jail?
Whose fault is you sitting in the jail? Are you blaming me that you're sitting in the jail?
Not
Blame
my
yourself
fault.
for telling lies. You mean it's not your fault? What do you mean it's not your fault, sweetheart? If you'd have told them the truth and not lied about everything, they wouldn't.
Do me a favor, just tell me what Tony's number is. I don't want to talk to you right now.
I don't have his number.
We'll get it from Lee because I know Lee's at the house. Get Tony's number for me.
Hey,
Hey, can you give me Tony's number?
I can do that. I don't know what real good it's going to be at this point.
Well, I'd like to talk to him anyway.
Okay.
Because I called to talk to my mother and it's f***ing waste. Oh, by the way, I don't want any of you coming up here when I have my first hearing for bond and everything else. Like, don't even waste your time coming up here.
You're making it real tough for anybody to want to try to... I'm not going around and around with you. That's pretty pointless. Christina would love to talk to you because she thinks that you will tell her what's going on. Frankly, we're going to find out. Everything
I have
she's
no
telling them
clue where
is a
Kaylee
lie.
If I knew where Kaylee was, do you think any of this would be happening? No.
Anyway, you only got a couple minutes for this, so I'm not going to let you completely waste it. Here's Christina. She thinks she can get through.
No, I want Tony's number. I'm not talking to anybody else.
Hello?
Hi, I'm glad everybody's at my house. Do me a favor, get my brother back because I need Tony's number.
Does Tony have anything to do with Kaylee?
No, nothing.
Okay, so why do you want to talk to Tony?
He's my boyfriend, and I want to actually try to sit and talk to him because I didn't get a chance to talk to him earlier because I got arrested on whim today. I just want to talk to Tony, get a little bit of...
Casey, you have to tell me if you know anything about Kaylee.
Sweetheart,
If anything happens with Kaylee, Casey, I'll die. You understand? I'll die. If anything happens to that baby.
Oh my god, calling you guys? A waste. Huge waste.
Casey appeared in the court the next morning and was initially denied bail by the judge. He cited his reason as her undeniable disregard for the welfare of her own child. She was kept in protective custody, and it would be 9 days until she received her first visit from her parents.
Hi. Sweetie, we've been watching you for so long. You haven't? I love you. I love you too. Hi. We've been seeing you sitting down. We forgive anything that you've said or done. Hold on. Can we turn the volume down? Yeah, you can probably hear it. My head's gonna explode. What's that?
With a readership of over 46 million adults in America, having your missing child on the front cover of People magazine would seem as a godsend to most. Yet Casey's response is almost as if it's a lost cause.
Everybody is looking for her. Good. Everybody is looking for her. Are we going to be able to find her, do you think? I hope we can, Mom. Now, I didn't get a chance to ask Lee. Can you look up a little bit more? Raise your eyes up a little bit. There you go. So now, look straight up so I can look into your eyes, darling. Thank you. I need to do that. It's okay to cry, Casey. It's all right, love. We've all been crying.
Setting aside morality and ethics for just a moment, Casey at this point would be emotionally exhausted. She had been sitting in an isolated jail cell for almost 2 weeks as the entire world was turning against her. Anyone in her position, guilty or otherwise, would be at near breaking point, and her composed exterior now finally slips. She, for a brief moment, allows herself to be vulnerable, and for perhaps the first time, expresses the pain of her situation. This is one of the few moments where Casey's true self is on display. Of itself, it's a touching moment between a mother and daughter, yet if we add in the context of the surrounding elements, she is only expressing this pain for herself. Just a moment ago, when she saw her deceased daughter's face on her father's shirt, none of this emotion came out. It lets us know that she does indeed have the personality type to get emotional, yet her empathy is clearly focused in one direction, which is inward toward herself.
Casey, I want to ask you just a couple questions. Good.
The rest of the visit is extremely bizarre. Casey's parents try to extract any information they can about Kaylee's possible whereabouts, and each time are essentially dismissed by Casey as if they're asking pointless and irritating questions.
Do we have any pictures of Sandy's apartment?
Lee and I already talked about this. I don't know. It could be on the desk at home. I don't know.
What is your... I can't get into your...
I gave Lee everything already. I gave Lee all of the passwords, everything we could possibly
Because I want to get...
all over again.
I want to get some video clips off Kaylee, because the video clip with Grandpa is really helping people. Still pictures don't show...
No, they don't show her personality.
Right, and we need to show her personality, so I need to make sure we get that password.
Yeah. I gave Lee the password.
Please look up, sweetheart. I need to see your eyes.
I want to be able to look at you guys too. I can't look at you and look at the camera.
Well, you don't have to look at the camera. Look at me.
I'm looking at you.
Okay.
You're sitting very low.
I know.
The exchange switches back and forth from inquisitive and challenging to sympathetic and loving, and every time her parents stop inquiring over the case and show that they still care about Casey herself is when the tears come out.
Do you want to speak to your father now?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, gorgeous, how you doing?
I look like hell.
Well, you know something? You really need to keep your spirit high for all this.
I haven't been crying while I've been in here.
Well, you know
Trying to
something?
read books and do other things to keep my mind off of stuff.
Well, you know, I want to be able to reach out and hug you and give you the big Papa Joe hug. But you know, we got to get that little girl back any way we can, and we're doing everything we can.
My only concern. I gave Lee a statement. I want him to speak to whoever in the media, give them a statement specifically from me. He's gonna give them an exact quote.
Every time Casey's parents mention that people are willing to help with a search, Casey dismisses their credibility and even attacks some of their characters while she's at it.
Tara?
Tara from Michigan.
You mean Mark's psycho ex-wife, Tara?
Yes.
Listen. People like Tara, people like Jesse who are maybe trying to help, even Christina, God bless her, don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I want you to know, I want to take your pain away from you. So, you know, you can tell me anything.
I know that, Dad.
I miss you, sweetie.
We get another glimpse at Casey's skill in fabricating information and her ability to intertwine specific details to afford her lies some credibility. These minor intricacies are what would make her extremely convincing if we didn't happen to know otherwise.
They never searched by her full name. They searched by Zenaida Fernandez, where Zenaida Gonzalez never by her full name.
And it's
Zenaida. I don't think she has a middle name. There was never a middle name on anything that I remember seeing. And I know she went by both last names. She always has. Since she was younger, since her mom remarried.
So Flores Gonzalez, and you don't know what her stepdad.
Fernandez Gonzalez.
But you don't know what Fernandez Gonzalez.
I think her dad's first name is Victor. Her stepdad, or that could be her real dad. But I remember her saying Victor. Victor and Gloria were her parents.
Victor and Gloria are her parents, but they're separated or divorced.
They are as of now, yeah. That was her stepdad.
Divorced.
But I know she has a lot of money. That's where she got the car from.
I only get one or two phone calls a day that, that are not nice phone calls, but I get many, many, many phone calls and many people reaching out that just believe in you. They believe in us finding Kaylee. Okay? So keep your head up high. But if you think of anything that could help, don't be afraid.
Oh, I won't hesitate to let you guys know.
You have to keep thinking positive feelings, Casey.
Oh, I know, I have been. I've been staying as positive as I can.
But do you think after this long she'd still be local?
There's a possibility.
What's your gut telling you right now?
My
You have
gut's
the
telling
same.
me that she's okay.
Okay, and your gut tells you that she's close or she's hiding.
She's not far. I know in my heart she's not far. I can feel it.
This was perhaps the first time Casey told the truth when speaking of her daughter's whereabouts, as she indeed wasn't that far away. Her attorney, Jose Baez, eventually managed to get her bail, and Casey was fitted with an electronic monitoring device and released on August 21st. She had spent just over 1 month in custody. 2 months later, police were granted permission to arrest Casey on the charge of first-degree murder. She was taken in for interrogation, but immediately requested her right to counsel. She was kept in the interview room while awaiting her attorney, and the released footage of that period is so bizarre to the point where it's almost comical. The detectives give off a passive, yet glaringly obvious vibe that lets Casey know exactly what they think, being that she is guilty of her daughter's probable death and a fundamentally terrible human being on every imaginable level. Casey's response to this is to essentially ignore it and act as if the discourse between them and the situation itself is an everyday occurrence, one that perhaps doesn't concern the disappearance of her daughter, for which she is being charged for. You'll notice that she effortlessly maintains the same confident and talkative disposition that she had in her previous interviews with police. It's almost surreal to watch given the circumstance, and the visual element adds an entire new level to the absurdity. The first segment of footage shows the arresting officer waiting with Casey for the lead investigator to arrive. He initiates the conversation by bringing up the subject of Casey's parents. He asserts that he's worried about them, but the actual message he's putting across is that he essentially knows Casey is guilty and that she isn't fooling anyone. It's an indirect yet obvious accusation.
I was afraid that some of what I said to them probably offended them because I told them that if I find out something that you don't want to hear, I'm going to tell you anyway.
Well, honestly, they'll respect that. That's just, the type of people that they are in the same way.
I know they are. It was never my intention to piss anybody in your family off.
Yeah.
I'm not in it to get a conviction. I get nothing out of it. I get zero.
Exactly. You have a job you're trying to do.
I found a few and I've not found a few and it sucks both ways.
Yeah, I agree.
So, it is what it is. Where I get sideways with people.
She continuously provides these sharp interjections to appear as though she's following what the detectives are saying. People will often do this to express concurrence and understanding. It essentially lets the other person know that you understand them, either intellectually or emotionally, that a point they made makes sense to you, or that you get why they feel a certain way about something. The only problem here is that Casey's verbal reciprocation at times makes no sense whatsoever. What's fascinating is that this would go unnoticed in an everyday setting. When recorded on film, however, and able to be studied and scrutinized, it becomes far more distinctive.
Where I get sideways with people tends to be when attorneys get involved.
I've heard most people say that. They don't like attorneys very much.
I have many family members that are attorneys. I have no problems with attorneys. What I have problems with are, at some point, we have to set aside the rules and we have to find kids. And you know what? So be it. That's why I told you in the car. You know, if you tell me anything now, I'll get up and say, yep, I heard it, and she'd already invoked it. We can't use any of it. That's just the way it is. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah.
The detective here has essentially just asked Casey for the information he knows she has about her missing child. Rather than retaliate and refute the blatant accusation, Casey continues with her sharp responses of accordance as if to say she agrees and knows exactly where the detective is coming from. Yet although she apparently agrees, she offers no information or follow-up dialogue thereafter. It's so incredibly awkward, yet equally intriguing to watch.
And, you know, when we did another case that I was involved in, you know, they lost a confession. And I sat there and I looked right at the guys that we worked with. I said,
That's not what's important.
who cares?
Yeah.
We found her. We found her, and he's going to get what is coming to him. That's not my job. You know, and it works out in the end. And it works out in the end on all sides, to be honest with you. It may not be comfortable for everybody.
Yeah.
And I've done things that if I get caught for, I'm not going to be comfortable, I can tell you that. It's just the way life is. You know, but it's not the end of the road either. And that's what we have to keep in mind. It's not the end of the road.
Casey then casually brings up the topic of the grand jury and the media surrounding her murder trial. She raises the questions as if she's talking about her favorite daytime TV show.
Yeah, I know.
But if the subpoena itself is just a regular federal or grand jury subpoena, that's public record.
Yeah.
It doesn't say what it's for. It doesn't say what case it's in. It doesn't. It just says you're subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury.
Well, with them announcing that, you know, there was going to be a grand jury, obviously my name was thrown out. They knew who the grand jury was for.
Who threw your name out?
All of the media said that it was from an inside source, meaning in here. So that's where they all say is.
I can tell you what I think of the media and what I think of people who lead up to the media.
I think it's garbage. Yeah, I agree. That's the next way of putting it.
That doesn't make it any less necessary. Without them,
She's so accustomed to giving these ungenuine responses at every given opportunity that she doesn't even know where to place them correctly. This response should have been given 2 seconds earlier when the detective finished his declamation, not when he started a new sentence. It's so incredibly aggravating to watch.
I'll be quite honest, without the media, we don't find a quarter of the kids that we...
Oh, I agree. It helps. The exposure has helped bring in so many tips for my daughter.
But at the same time, what it creates is it creates a monster that otherwise isn't necessary.
Exactly.
The tips are what the tips are. If it was a local media only, it would be much easier to work.
Yeah.
When you make it the national media, then you come up with...
You get the Nancy Graces.
Well, you get the tips also that come from Hawaii that say, I saw Kaylee. Oh, really? Okay, let me call Hawaii, let me send them out, let me do that.
Ones that are a little bit closer
those are what I consider local, because the local stations are going to cover that. That's contiguous to the state of Florida. It's not.
When people are only getting their information from the Nancy Graces or from Globe magazine or People or, you know, stuff like that. Are you kidding me?
You're not going to break bad, right? Alright. We're going to call him on my cell phone.
Okay. I know this is, oh, yeah, that's not good.
Pull it back there. Just slide your hand out. No, I'll go get a key.
I honestly can't, so they're a little tight.
Thanks for entertaining us. Just slide your hand out.
Way to go, Corporal Edwards.
Actually, if I could, I would have done that for you.
Do you know Baez's phone number off the top of your head?
No, I do not.
How can we get the cell number, or his number?
I know his office number.
What is that?
407.
I've identified myself. You know why you're in custody.
Yes.
And you sign this, you want your attorney present.
Yes. Hey, it's Casey. I'm with Corporal Edwards. I know the last name, sorry. I'm at the Sheriff's Department if you'd like to come down and meet with us. Thank you. Yes. And to answer your other question, from that picture, I cut my hair and it was really short even last year. I just started growing it back out this year, so. Yes, about that. Okay. It's been a long day.
It has been.
How was my dad this morning?
He had a hard time.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I only saw from the media and got a chance to hear him talking to my mom. I spoke to him last night and this morning for just a quick second before he left, so.
Yeah, I talked to him this morning for a little bit. He was with Mark, and he was really struggling. I mean, I can imagine he was having a hard time. He was being called in to essentially provide testimony to indict you, or to at least, and he was really struggling with that.
Yeah.
And I felt bad for him, to be honest with you. I truly did.
Well, I even told him last night. I know he was subpoenaed, and under the law, he had to answer whatever questions were asked him, and I told him to do what he had to do.
Imagine you were Casey, but void of any wrongdoing whatsoever. Your daughter was kidnapped 5 weeks ago, and now a detective who thinks you're the culprit is relaying the agonizing moments of your father providing information for your arrest. No matter how stoic or self-controlled your nature, you would most likely be in tears or completely enraged at the overwhelming unjustness of the situation.
You anxious about today at all?
I have been. I mean, this is something, honestly, we've been preparing for from the beginning just because of words that were directly spoken from Yuri Melich and also from Sergeant Allen. They were saying that this is what they were planning on doing from the very beginning, from that first day. So they wrote me off within the first couple hours. That was the only time they ever made any effort to try to talk to me one-on-one. And
No, it was kind of difficult.
that was kind of difficult considering.
Well, considering, obviously, in light of everything that's going on and the fact that you've been arrested for other things, makes it a little more difficult to sit down and even talk to you. It's not that we haven't wanted to.
Yeah. But I do have counsel, and that's something that, my attorney's always been a phone call away.
Has your attorney ever told you that we would like to speak to you?
And we had agreed, him and I together, that we would all sit down together, him and I, and you guys, and, we'd entertain whatever questions you have, and
There is no possible way that a defense attorney would actually sit down and, as Casey states, entertain any question the police have for them. Yet if we weren't paying close attention, we would take her at her word due to the eloquence of her dialogue and not realize everything she's saying is complete nonsense.
I actually thought that we made it pretty clear that, we wanted to talk to you. I mean, obviously, we can't come to you and ask you.
Yeah,
but,
understandably.
I thought that you were aware that if you wanted to talk to anybody, that all you gotta do is simply ask.
Yeah, well, I know it goes both ways on that, and I guess it would have needed to come from me. I should have been the one to have, come forward with it, but, we did open up that door to law enforcement before. When Sergeant Allen was making a big deal saying, well, we want to talk to her, when can we talk to her? And he's saying, well, the door's open.
I don't believe he ever told us the door's open.
What's fascinating is how instinctive and confident her assertions are. In any other circumstance, or even without the knowledge we have now, you would have no reason not to believe everything she's saying.
I've heard the words come out of his mouth, even myself, directed to other people that maybe didn't either relay the message or took it a different way, so I don't know. I think the lack of communication has put people in opposite corners when everybody has the same goal, is to find Kaylee. We all still feel, I as a mom, I know in my gut, there's the feeling as a parent, you know certain things about your child, you can feel that connection, and I still have that feeling, that presence. I know that she's alive. Whether you have a bucket load of evidence downstairs that contradicts that and says otherwise, or all you have is speculation, or nothing at all. I mean,
We had more than speculation.
as every tip and
that's
every
something that I
lead
told
followed
Jose
up on.
directly.
Yeah.
That we have more than speculation. We have a lot, or else we wouldn't be to this point. A lot.
This was essentially a direct confrontation. The detective has just told Casey they have sufficient evidence to prove her guilt. Casey doesn't refute or even respond to the accusation. She instead falls back to her ridiculous dialogue once again, hoping the confidence in her voice will mask the absurdity of what she's actually saying.
Well, I said the same thing to them, that, they said that we're at the end of a hallway, and I'm thinking we're at the end of a hallway and there's 2 doors. Which door are we going to go through? Or I guess this is, we're at this point, and
We are at this point.
the final step is which door is locked.
We are well beyond where we were before. I mean, those issues are gone, okay? And when you referred to we're at the end of the hallway, I think you were well aware of what hallway we're talking about. Do you understand that?
Well, so there's no question, I guess. You can specify that at this point, or what your perspective is on that.
You have a second?
Absolutely.
Can we come right back?
Yeah, that's fine.
You plan on running off?
I'm not going anywhere.
I gotta stretch out a little bit. I'm not as young as I used to be.
It's unfortunate that right when the pressure was starting to build, the second detective interrupts the exchange and they both leave the room soon after. Casey waits alone for roughly 40 minutes before her attorney shows up.
He's going to ask you a question. You don't say anything else other than the answer. Okay?
Casey, based on our conversation today, and I read you that form, basically just the same thing I said to Mr. Baez over the phone. If there's been numerous requests for opportunities to speak with us and come to a resolution here. And that's why we brought you here instead of the jail. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based on your request for us to call him and bring him here, he's here. So what we're going to try to do is give you a few minutes somewhere that's not recorded. No secrets, I told you. This room's recorded. I have to be able to approach my chain and explain why.
The detective now guilefully takes Casey up on her previous offer, where she insisted they were willing to sit down with police and answer questions.
But first, I needed you to tell him, in your own words, if you will, that you'd like to take the opportunity to deal with us like you made that request in the past. So, is that something you want to tell him?
I told him the same thing we talked about before, that we would entertain any questions that they have. We would listen and discuss it, and if we have something to respond, we'll respond.
Okay, do you want to speak to me in private?
Yes.
So we can clarify this?
Yes.
It would come as no surprise that no conference was to be had. Casey was instead taken to the county jail, where she would remain for 2.5 years awaiting trial. Once this footage was released to the public domain, the consensus was that Casey at best was a cold-hearted mother, and at worst, a hideous, despicable murderer. But what's curious is that although these opinions may be accurate, they came from a completely misguided notion, being that her behavior in the footage was entirely genuine. Casey was in all likelihood being completely fake this entire time. So you might be curious as to why a person would actually fake such a poised temperament, when it would be far more fitting to fake sadness and despair. We all have aspects to ourselves that are ungenuine to a certain degree. How we act at a business dinner won't be the way we are at home with our close friends or family. The more comfortable the setting, the more we can be ourselves. Those educated on Casey's past would assert that she was rarely sad, rarely angry, but always this bubbly and agreeable personality, even when it didn't suit the situation. She was one of those people where something just seemed off, but you couldn't quite put your finger on it. The evidence put forward suggests that Casey was fake in every single setting and with every single person, all of the time. A trait that might go unnoticed in everyday life, yet would clearly stand out when shown under the microscope of a criminal case study. Casey had become so accustomed to this fraudulent way of being that it even came as a natural behavior to her in the extraordinary setting we see here. And the assertion is that because Casey knew just how well she could fabricate this character, she thought she could use it to mask her anxiety, and thus conceal guilty behavior. Casey, in all likelihood, had little to no regard for her daughter. That's not even an argument anymore. But her true temperament here would likely be far more apprehensive due to the concern over her own welfare. Every time the detective insinuated an accusation, Casey kept the same tone, same demeanor, and same confident, lighthearted disposition. If you took her out of this interrogative setting and placed her in the mall with her friends, it would seem completely normal. She would be faking her personality in both environments, yet we are only able to realize it in one. This type of mindset is linked to sociopathy. Whatever the situation or circumstance, they need to have an advantage over you. So how do they do this? they lie, and also calculate how they are going to feel and react to a certain situation before it occurs. The entirety of her focus was on making herself look good rather than being worried about the actual quality of her character. Casey, in a nutshell, was an inauthentic person, long before she ever gave birth to her ill-fated daughter, and her skill at deception alongside her manufactured personality is arguably the most terrifying part of this entire case. On December 11th, 2008, just under 5 months since she was reported missing, Kaylee's skeletal remains were discovered in a swamp less than a mile away from the Anthony household. She was wrapped in a Winnie the Pooh blanket and then placed in a canvas laundry bag. Duct tape was discovered around the nose and mouth area of the skull, and her death was ruled a homicide. Prosecutors in the case then announced they would be seeking the death penalty. There were a multitude of discoveries made in the lead-up to the trial, and many believed it to be an open and shut case due to the damnatory nature of the evidence. On the last day Kaylee was seen alive by anyone other than her mother, and the day many believed she was murdered, Casey Anthony made the following internet searches. At 7:54 p.m. that same evening, Casey and her boyfriend Tony were seen in a Blockbuster video store. Kaylee was nowhere in sight, and many presume she was already dead and decomposing in Casey's trunk at this point. In the following weeks, Casey went out partying most nights. Just 3 days after her daughter's supposed abduction, she was captured in various photos participating in a hot body contest. 12 days after, she got a tattoo on her back saying Bella Vita, an Italian motto that translates beautiful life. She also made an entry in her diary around the same time which read, "I completely trust my own judgment, and I knew that I made the right decision. This is the happiest that I have been in a very long time. I hope that my happiness will continue to grow." The trial commenced on May 24, 2011. The gist of the prosecution's argument was that Casey suffocated her daughter with duct tape and then placed her in the trunk for a few days before disposing of her body in the swamp. The motive for the murder was the primary focus during their opening statement.
This isn't just a case about Casey Marie Anthony. It's a story about Kaylee Anthony as well. Kaylee Anthony was born on August 9th of 2005. It was a Tuesday. And Kaylee lived nearly every day of her life on a quiet residential street in Orlando called Hope Spring Drive. Casey Anthony, Kaylee's mother, appeared to all outward observers to be what her parents thought she was. A loving mother working hard to provide support for her daughter. But as the evidence in this case and the investigation into the background of Casey Anthony will show, that was an illusion. On Monday, June 16th, Cindy Anthony goes to work, as I've described, sometime between 7 and 8 a.m., and is out of the house until late evening. George Anthony specifically recalls that at 12:50 p.m. on June 16th of 2008, his daughter Casey left the residence on Hope Spring Drive with Kaylee Marie Anthony. Kaylee was wearing a pink shirt, jean shorts, sunglasses, and a backpack. And George Anthony, kissed his granddaughter goodbye and never saw her again. In fact, no one but Casey Anthony ever saw Kaylee Marie Anthony alive again. The evidence in this case will establish that there is no other reason for the placement of multiple pieces of duct tape on this child's face, mouth, and nose other than the specific intent to end that child's life. pieces of evidence in this case. The duct tape, the laundry bag, the blanket, the shorts, the shirt, the car. No one else lied to their friends, to their family, to investigators. No one else benefited from the death of Kaylee Marie Anthony. Kaylee's death allowed Casey Anthony to live a good life, at least for those 31 days.
Although there was a lack of direct physical evidence tying the defendant to her daughter's death, the evidence the state actually had still seemed overwhelming, and they understandably thought relying on the facts alone would easily secure a conviction. The defense, on the other hand, were up against it. So not only did they use charm and appeal to sway the jury's attention away from the evidence, they dropped an absolute bombshell in their opening statements to create as much doubt as humanly possible.
On behalf of the defense, I want to thank you for the sacrifice that you've made in your jury service and coming here and helping us see justice. We know it's no easy task, and we intend, I'm sure both sides, on getting you home as quickly as possible once you have all of the information that you need. Everyone wants to know what happened. How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before ever reporting her child missing? It's insane. It's bizarre. Something's just not right about that. Well, the answer is actually relatively simple. She never was missing. Kaylee Anthony died on June 16, 2008, when she drowned in her family's swimming pool. Well, the reason we're all here is because not of the commonality of this tragedy, but of the uniqueness of the family that it happened to. You will hear about ugly things, secret things, things that people don't speak about, things that Casey never spoke about. On June 16, 2008, after Kaylee died, Casey did what she's been doing all her life, or for most of it, hiding her pain, going into that dark corner and pretending that she does not live in the situation that she's living in. This family must keep its secrets quiet. And it all began when Casey was 8 years old and her father came into her room and began to touch her inappropriately. This child, who at 8 years old, learned to lie immediately. She could be 13 years old, have her father's penis in her mouth, and then go to school and play with the other kids as if nothing ever happened. That will help you understand why no one knew that her child was dead.
The trial would go on to last 6 weeks, with the prosecution exposing the truly dark and deceptive nature of Casey's character. While the state relied on fact, the defense clung on to theory, and proposed every conspiracy under the sun in the hope they would create enough skepticism and confusion. One of the more noted details of the trial was the courtroom presence of Jose Baez. He had an exceptional ability of narrative control and storytelling, and his capacity to create a connection with the jury seemed far more adequate than that of the state. This was recognized and mentioned multiple times in the media, yet the overwhelming majority of those following the case were almost certain that it wouldn't be enough to save the defendant. Closing arguments were put forward on Sunday, the 3rd of July.
When you have a child, that child becomes your life. This case is about the clash between that responsibility and the expectations that go with it and the life that Casey Anthony wanted to have. Casey meets Tony. Tony has this life. He's free. He's a club promoter. He's out there at night with the loud music and dancing, and it's a great free life. So she has a choice. A life tethered to a child, or a life free to be 22. And as hard as it is for anyone to imagine, she had to choose between sacrificing two things: The first was her dreams and the life she wanted. And the second was her child. And we submit to you the evidence in this case shows that the choice she made was her child.
Here we are at the end of our journey. And I have to tell you that I probably think you have more questions than you have answers. And if you recall at opening statements, the final thing that I told you, at the end of the day, when everything is said and done, the one question will never be answered. The key question in this case will never be answered. It can never be proven. And that is, how did Kaylee die? I'm going to start with my biggest fear. I'm going to tell you right up front what I fear may happen in this case. I want to talk to you about it and explain why I feel that way. This case deals with so much emotion. I know that there were times where every single person in here felt something deep down inside. Your rules of deliberation, what the law is that this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone.
You'll notice that Mr. Baez locks the jury's focus on this while subtly concealing this. He presents the argument that the prosecution has purposely got the jury emotionally invested in the case in the hope it would push them towards a guilty verdict. Yet in this exact same statement, he himself is getting them emotionally invested for the exact opposite reason. While refuting the prosecution's supposed attempt to entice anger, he subtly attempts to evoke empathy. Say what you want about this attorney and the ethics of his conduct, but what you are about to witness is expertly done, and what many believe to be what saved Casey Anthony's life.
And that's because, obviously, we want you to base your verdict on the evidence, not on emotion. And it's my biggest fear because it's such a difficult thing for you to push aside. Kaylee Anthony was a beautiful, sweet, innocent child who died far too soon. There's no doubt about it, and that is not disputed by anyone. But to parade her up here, to invoke your emotion, would be improper. It's improper under the law, and it's improper as to the rules of your deliberation. He went on for a great length of time talking about this beautiful child. Not on his evidence, not on the evidence that was presented before you. It was to set up the emotion for what was to come. And that is exactly how this case was presented. They didn't come right out the gate and show you the evidence. They gave you 2 weeks of testimony that was completely irrelevant and served only one purpose. And that was to paint Casey Anthony as a slut, as a party girl, as a girl who lies, and has absolutely nothing to do with how Kaylee died. And this prosecution was geared in such a manner that it was deliberate, it was methodical, it was thorough, and it was detailed.
Mr. Baez then focuses on the fact that the state has the burden of proof, and thereafter continues to intertwine the two essential features of his argument, empathy and doubt.
Don't speculate. Don't guess. It has to be proven to you beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. If you don't know what happened, it wasn't proven. We don't want you to tell us what you think happened. We want you to tell us what was proven happened. And that's the difference here. Because you know what? We can go on and speculate all day long as to the different theories that were posed before you, as to the different possibilities. But the truth of the matter is it must be what was proven. There are no mysteries to solve here. There should be no mystery before you right now. If you have questions, then it was not proven. And that's as simple as it goes. Now, back to what I was saying with their initial setup, the way the case was presented, the first couple of weeks. You see, the strategy behind that is if you hate her, if you think she's a lying, no good slut, then you'll start to look at this evidence in a different light. you'll start to, well, wait a minute. Maybe I'm seeing something that's not there. And start to actually discriminate against her rather than give her the standard that is afforded to each and every citizen in our country. And that is that the state, that the government come in here and prove their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. But you can get away with that if we can get a jury to hate her. But you're here to fulfill an oath. You've labored tremendously over this journey. And we're going to ask you to render a verdict of not guilty on these charges because they simply were not proven. And they're simply not true.
For the 9th Judicial Circuit in and for Orange County, Florida, State of Florida versus Casey Marie Anthony. As to case number 2008 CF 15606-0. As to the charge of first-degree murder, verdict as to count 1, we the jury find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. As to the charge of aggravated child abuse, verdict as to count 2, we the jury find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. As to the charge of aggravated manslaughter of a child, verdict as to count 3, we the jury find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. And juror number 12, were these your true and correct verdicts? Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Will counsel and the defendant approach the podium?
Well, I hope that this is a lesson to those of you who have indulged in media assassination for 3 years, bias and prejudice and incompetent talking heads saying what would be and how to be. I'm disgusted by some of the lawyers that have done this, and I can tell you that my colleagues from coast to coast and border to border have condemned this whole process of lawyers getting on television and talking about cases that they don't know a damn thing about and don't have the experience to back up their words or the law to do it. Now you've learned a lesson, and we appreciate the jury. Those of you that have been objective and professional, we like it. Others, we're going to be talking to again. Thank you very much.
Casey did not murder Kaylee. It's that simple. And today, our system of justice has not dishonored her memory by a false conviction.
Most would agree that the verdict was a chance occurrence. On any given day, it could have gone the other way. And perhaps the most conspicuous detail was how Casey's sociopathic character actually worked in her favor. Her conduct following the death of her own child was so extraordinarily callous that it played right into the skillful tactics of her defense. It was enough to place just enough doubt in the minds of the jury, and thus afford Casey Anthony a second chance at life. The second chance her daughter never had. On the evening of February 24th, 1986, 29-year-old nurse Sherry Rasmussen was found by her husband lying dead on the living room floor. Her face was severely beaten and disfigured to the point that she was unrecognizable, and the injuries were consistent with being hit with the muzzle and butt plate of a gun. She also had 3 gunshot wounds to the chest that were disclosed as the official cause of death, with the medical examiner asserting that any one of the 3 bullets could have killed her. Perhaps the most disturbing discovery during the autopsy was that most of Sherry's injuries were inflicted upon her after she was killed, which was concluded due to the lack of hemorrhaging and inflammation of the injuries. This included most of the victim's facial injuries and even a bite mark on her left forearm. Even after Sherry had taken her last breath, the assailant was still inflicting an inconceivable amount of damage to her body. She was buried in a closed casket 7 days later. The homicide detectives assigned to the case immediately associated Sherry's murder with multiple break-ins that had occurred that same night on the same street. Another woman had even been assaulted and was able to give a description of 2 assailants, and this description became the sole focus of the investigation into Sherry's murder. The prime suspects were now 2 middle-aged Latino males males of medium height and build. They were never found, and the case went unsolved for 23 years. By 2009, crime in Los Angeles had declined enough from its earlier levels that detectives began looking into cold cases to increase their clearance rates, which is when the Rasmussen files resurfaced. It stood out from the rest as new methods of genetic analysis discovered that the DNA found at the crime scene pointed to a single female suspect. The two previous male suspects were then invalidated, along with the original theory of a burglary gone wrong. The investigation into Sherry Rasmussen's murder was then reopened, and the newly appointed criminal investigators started from scratch. It was soon discovered that a statement given by Sherry's father, of whom he thought to be the prime suspect, was quickly brushed to one side, as the person in question was a serving LAPD cop from the exact department who were investigating the case. The person in question was a woman by the name of Stephanie Lazarus. She was a 25-year-old police officer at the time who had been with the force for 2 years. She had dated Sherry's husband, John Rutten, in an on and off relationship throughout college and for a short time after. It was even discovered that John had slept with Lazarus after he became engaged, and the two even dated for a while after Sherry's murder. She was now a 25-year veteran of the police force and had worked her way up to a senior detective of the Commercial Crimes Division. She was essentially in charge of all art-related investigations in the city of Los Angeles. The investigators went with a gut feeling and decided to make Lazarus the prime suspect, with the collection of her DNA being the very first task. Attaining it through a warrant would have let Lazarus know she was under investigation, so it had to be discreetly collected instead. Within 24 hours of becoming the prime suspect, a coffee cup she discarded while off duty was received by police. A DNA sample was then taken, and it came up as an exact match to the DNA found on Sherry Rasmussen's bite mark. There's a stigma around police interrogation tactics being secretive, and how knowing this information can somehow help the guilty in deceiving their way to freedom. Yet these tactics have been public knowledge since their inception in the 1940s, and the following interrogation is a legitimate testimony into how watching an interrogation is a world apart from being subjected to one. You can know every technique in the book and each specific strategy and subtle scenario that goes along with it, but ultimately, you have no idea how you're going to react to a specific situation until you're actually in it. With that being said, knowing these tactics can still give an individual some form of advantage with regards to awareness. The investigators knew that their initial confrontation with Lazarus could in no way resemble a traditional interrogation, nor be officially classified as one, and there were two reasons for this. The first was that Stephanie would be wise to the fact that her best option would be to request legal counsel right away and end the procedure immediately. The second was that Stephanie was not about to be read her Miranda rights before being asked questions related to the investigation. A defense team could easily make anything she divulges inadmissible in court. Yet this was classed as a simple discussion between two parties, and the footage that was captured on a hidden camera was able to be submitted as evidence under surveillance footage rather than interrogation footage. The detectives created a ruse, inviting Stephanie to come in and advise them on a case involving stolen art. Knowing they were dealing with one of their own, they rehearsed and prepared for the interview more than anything they had done before. Their plan of attack was to keep the conversation as casual as possible for as long as possible, and carefully waited for the key moments to initiate the confrontation.
Stephanie, I don't know if you know my partner.
Hey,
Greg.
Hi.
Stearns, nice to meet you.
See you guys.
How's it going?
Good.
Milling around. Well, have a seat. I don't want to talk about this in the squadron because I don't know who people are listening.
That's true.
And if we go to my side, everybody's always wondering what everybody else is doing.
No problem.
Okay.
The first thing the detectives do is set up a compatible tone with a suspect. She has just stepped foot inside an interrogation room, and the detectives negate the negative implications of such an environment through a friendly disposition. Consultative meetings, such as seeking advice over an art theft, can take place anywhere, and the last place detectives would choose to spend more time in would be an interrogation room. The reason they give the suspect for meeting in such an unusual location is to not spread rumors or innuendo, yet the real reason is that all firearms have to be checked in before entering the area, and they needed the suspect to give up her gun without alerting suspicion.
But like we're talking about being busy and stuff, we've been assigned a case that we've been looking at. Okay. It's a new case, and as reviewing the case, there's some notes to see as far as your name being mentioned.
Okay.
Do you know John Rutten?
Try and imagine for one moment that you savagely murdered a love rival in a jealous rage. Over 2 decades had passed since the act. Then all of a sudden, you're brought to an interrogation room and sat directly opposite 2 senior investigators who bring up the name of the man you committed first-degree homicide for.
John Rutten?
Rutten.
The investigators already knew how to say John Rutten's name correctly. The mispronunciation was a simple strategy to see how the suspect would react. Setting aside the element of the murder, John Rutten was the second longest relationship in Stephanie's life, and a psychiatrist later stated that this pause was 4 times as long as it should have been. She was already being deceptive by acting as if she hadn't thought about that name for so long, giving reason for her prolonged reflection, when in reality, the name John Rutten was engraved in her memory, and even when slightly mispronounced, it would have most likely taken milliseconds for her to realize exactly who the detectives were referring to.
Right.
Oh yeah, I went to school with him.
You did?
Yeah.
How long did you know him?
Gosh, I went to school in, let's see, went to UCLA in 1978 I started, and, you know, met him at school at the dorms.
She says she met him in the dorms, yet left out the fact that they had dated for 4 years and went on numerous holidays together. Even though she wasn't asked directly, a truthful subject would most often volunteer this information without having to be pressed for it.
Were you guys friends, close friends?
Yeah, we're very close friends.
Yeah?
I mean, what's this all about?
Well, it's regarding, it's a case we're working on. It involves John, and in there, some of the statements we reviewed, you know, there's notes and stuff that he knew you and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, we good friends, lived in the dorms for 2 years.
You guys lived in the same dorm?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
Yeah, Dykstra.
Okay. Were you guys just friends or anything else, or?
Yeah, we were good friends.
Yeah. Was there ever any relationship or anything that developed between you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we dated, you know, I mean, what's this all about?
Well, it's relating to his wife.
It's unfortunate that Stephanie's face wasn't captured at this moment, because she would have no doubt been immediately struck by the psychological reaction known as fight or flight. Her brain would have just triggered the influx of a specific cocktail of hormones in order to prepare her to either stay and deal with a threat or try and run away to safety. Stephanie chooses to fight.
Okay.
Okay. Did you know her?
Not really. I mean, I knew that he got married years ago.
Did you ever meet her?
God, I don't know.
Do you know who she was or anything?
Well, let me think. God, it's been a long time ago. I may have met her. Geez.
The words gosh, God, gee are exclamatory remarks used to express surprise or strong emotion. You will see them used continuously throughout this interrogation, which is the suspect trying to insinuate a vague memory due to a lack of contemplation on the subject matter. She's trying to emit the impression that she would have had no reason to give any further thought to John, or anything related to John, since they stopped seeing each other over 2 decades ago.
You know.
Yeah. Well, let me see. Let me ask you. You said you dated John. How long did you guys date?
I mean, what, are you guys, is this something?
As we know, Stephanie is a cop and has been for 25 years. She will be wise to the fact that acting oblivious to the unusual development of the situation will be a glaring red flag in the eyes of the investigators. It's been shown time and again on this channel. Guilty suspects will often try and act naive to a blatant confrontation as a means to avoiding it altogether, whereas truthful subjects will address the confrontation and either refute it, or if it's subtle, want immediate clarification and transparency as to what was being insinuated.
I mean, you said I was going to interview somebody about art, and how you guys are.
Here's
I mean,
Stephanie, here's the situation. Is basically, we knew that this, when we saw this in this chrono, that maybe, there was some relationship there. That's what the chrono seemed to indicate.
The detective now subtly avoids the question altogether, but instead offers a deceptively reassuring response to the suspect. He makes a very sharp switch from the investigative subject matter to the previous topic of workplace rumors. He brings her focus back to the false perception of them being on her side. Stephanie had just asked what was going on, and now he essentially replies with, "We are your friends. We're doing you a favor."
And we didn't want to come up to you at your desk and ask those kinds of questions or do anything. You know how up there people can see what's going on if you go into an interview room or people are in there getting supplies.
Okay. I mean,
so we wanted to afford you some privacy, some confidentiality to talk about this, because we thought it might be, something, you're married to someone else, obviously, and so forth, and that you may not want to, talk about these things in that setting where someone, we don't want the rumor mill or gossip or any of that kind of stuff
I mean,
to start.
that's fine. I mean,
So we did this just as a means to try and speak to you in just a confidential place where where your business isn't out there for other people in your division to know about.
Whether it be shock or the total reluctance to accept the situation at hand, Stephanie warily accepts the reassuring response without further inquiry into her initial challenge. She instead falls back into her agenda of having a foggy memory with regard to the incriminating contents.
God, that's been a million years ago. I mean, what year is it now? 2009? I mean, I graduated in 82. 82, yeah. We dated. I dated other guys. I'm sure he dated other girls.
Well, let me ask you, roughly how long would you say you guys dated?
Oh, jeez. I couldn't even say. I mean...
Notice how she now goes on to over-explain things that don't require an explanation, and weren't even inquired about. It's a clear-cut indication of hyperarousal and a derivative of TMT, also known as terror management theory. The suspect will go off on unrelated tangents as means for gaining momentary relief. Going into detail about trivial things affords her a brief escape from the terrifying reality eventuating before her. This is a very common occurrence in interrogations where the suspect is facing serious charges, and psychiatrists believe it to be a subconscious coping mechanism.
I started school there in 78. I started UCLA in 1978. I graduated in 82.